Yes.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to go ahead and begin our council meeting this evening with a roll call from our city clerk, Kathy Valdez.
The record shall reflect that all members are present.
Okay. And then we'll go to our Pledge of Allegiance, led by Deputy Mayor Contreras.
Ready? Begin. I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, and we're honored this evening to have Pastors Michael Hutton and Gerald Big G from Restore Church here to give us an invocation tonight. Good to see you again, Big G. Come on down. Come on up, come right on up front. Yeah, there's a microphone right here.
All right. Do we need that?
For you. Yeah, everybody will hear you better if you use the microphone.
All right.
Thanks for being with us tonight.
I was told we have 3 minutes, so I have a stopwatch. Being a pastor. Heavenly Father, we thank you for the ability to gather, to come together as one nation, as we just spoke, under God, under you, under your provision. We ask that you guide us, that you lead us, that you give us your wisdom, that we would respond to you here as servants of people, to each other, to you, as members of a community, that we may bond as one, that we may bond under your protection, we may bond under your provision, under your blessing. This is what we ask, Lord. We ask that we grow to know your will, and we ask that you give us the power to live that out in the lives of loving people as you love us. Help us to share what you give to us by the sun, the rain, the safety. We thank you for leaders who give their lives for this purpose, to serve the people. We ask that the people are able to be heard in their voice as they come here, and they get to watch, to witness people working together for them. This is what we ask for, Lord.
Father God, we give you thanks for allowing us, first and foremost, to be here tonight to share your word with these leaders that you have selected to lead your people. Father, you say when one or more, two are gathered in your name,
Yes.
that your presence is here. Father, you are the one that allows leaders to be selected to lead. For they are children that are leading your children. Let us have the stereotypical name of politicians be reversed in this room tonight.
Yes, Lord.
that there will be leaders that you have put to represent you, to represent your people, to be able to provide leadership and to carry out the vision that you have put into their hearts and into their minds to visualize as leadership pertains. So give them the vision and the power to do so, Lord. We pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you very much, both of you, for being with us tonight. We appreciate that. Our city clerk, Kathy Valdez, has a couple of procedural items.
Thank you, Mayor. In accordance with the Brown Act, I'd like to announce that as a result of convening simultaneous meetings, the members of the Buena Sanitation District will receive compensation of $147.75 for the district meeting pursuant to Buena Sanitation District Ordinance 2006-1. I would like to remind everyone that the Vista Municipal Code requires members of the public to observe order and decorum at the meeting and to conduct themselves in a courteous manner. The ordinance was adopted to facilitate public input and city business without disruption of the meeting. Applause is appropriate for items listed under the presentation portion of the agenda only. Students wishing to receive credit for attending this evening's meetings must stay for a minimum of 1 hour. However, we ask that you stay for the completion of an item rather than leaving in the middle of a discussion. When you are ready to leave, you may ask one of the members of the staff at the back of the room to sign your paper. Thank you.
To speak on an item on our agenda this evening, please fill out a speaker slip with the number of the item that you'd like to speak on and give it to the clerk secretary staff here on the dais. Speaker slips are available on the table just outside the city council chambers. For the members of the public that are participating via Zoom, you may raise your hand to indicate that you'd like to speak by clicking the raise your hand feature on your screen or pressing *9 on your phone. We will announce when to raise your hand to indicate that you would like to make a comment on the specific item being discussed. Speakers will each have 3 minutes to address the council this evening. Now we'll go to John Conley, our city manager, for approval of the agenda.
Thank you, Mayor. There are no changes to this evening's agenda.
Thank you. We have 3 presentations this evening, and I'd like to invite my fellow council members to join me in front of the dais for those. Our first proclamation is to declare the month of October 2023 as Breast Cancer Awareness Month in the city of Vista. We're very pleased to have Juliana Rosales and her daughter Erica Andres with us this evening. You want to come on down? They're going to receive this presentation. Thank you very much for being with us tonight. Thank you for being with us. Juliana is a patient and Erica is a medical assistant at Vista Community Clinic. And this is our proclamation. Well, let me present this. I'll give this to you. Come on in the middle here if you want to. Yeah, come on. Our proclamation reads, whereas October is National Breast Cancer Awareness Month, an annual campaign to raise awareness using pink ribbon imagery, which aims to offer support for those courageously battling this disease, to recognize the many survivors, their supporters, and loved ones, and to honor those who lost their lives to this disease. Whereas breast cancer affects both men and women, 1 in 8 American women is diagnosed with breast cancer at some point in their life, and it is the second most likely cause of death for women in the United States. Whereas in 2023, an estimated 297,790 new cases of invasive breast cancer are expected to be diagnosed in U.S. women, and an estimated 2,800 new cases of invasive breast cancer are expected to be diagnosed in men. A man's lifetime risk of breast cancer is about 1 in 833. And whereas 1 woman will be diagnosed with breast cancer every 2 minutes, and 1 woman will die of breast cancer every 13 minutes in the United States, and early detection can be an extremely effective tool Timely screening and mammograms could prevent 25% of all deaths from breast cancer in women over the age of 40. And whereas 98% of all breast cancer patients survive when the disease is detected early, and there are over 2.9 million breast cancer survivors in the United States, and whereas Breast Cancer Awareness Month is an opportunity to unite the community and spread the important message of early detection, screening, and prevention to women and men in order to prevent additional diagnoses and even breast cancer deaths. And whereas during National Breast Cancer Awareness Month, we stand by those who have been affected by breast cancer and recognize all who have joined their loved ones in the fight, in fighting their battle, as well as the researchers and healthcare providers who care and whose hard work gives hope to those living with cancer. Now, therefore, I and the members of the Vista City Council do hereby proclaim the month of October 2023 as Breast Cancer Awareness Month in the city of Vista, and urge fellow citizens to spread the important message of detection, screening, and prevention to women and men to prevent additional diagnoses and deaths in our community so that we may someday defeat this terrible disease. Thank you again. Will you take a photo with us?
Where does she stand?
Right here.
Oh, with you? Yeah, please, yeah.
Okay. Our next proclamation is to declare November 11th, 2023 as Veterans Day in the city of Vista. We are honored to have the following veterans present to receive the proclamation. We have Gary Garrettson, U.S. Navy, Vietnam veteran. Michael Hennessy, U.S. Army, Vietnam veteran. If you want to come down front and we'll present this proclamation to you, we would welcome that. Paul Kruger, U.S. Navy, Afghanistan veteran. Please come on down. These gentlemen are all, yes, please. And we have Captain Armin Kurdian with us as well, the United States Navy. Okay. The city will be hosting a Veterans Art exhibit in our Civic Center Art Gallery right outside these doors next month in honor of Veterans Day. There's information on the city's website about the call for artists for the Veterans Salute exhibit. The deadline to submit artwork is November 2nd. The exhibit will be on display from November 13 through December 13. Hold this. Whereas the city of Vista takes great pride in honoring and recognizing the contributions and sacrifices made by our brave veterans, and whereas on this solemn occasion we reflect upon the immeasurable dedication, selflessness, and courage exhibited by our veterans who have served our nation with honor and distinction in times of peace and conflict, whereas we are forever indebted to those who have answered the call to defend our freedoms, safeguard our democracy, and preserve our way of life, whereas Veterans Day provides an opportunity for all citizens to express our gratitude, reverence, and appreciation for the profound sacrifices made by our veterans and their families, whereas it is important to educate and raise awareness about the unique challenges faced by veterans including issues related to their health, employment, housing, and integration into civilian life. Whereas as a community, we stand united in recognizing the importance of providing support, resources, and assistance to ensure our veterans thrive and live fulfilling lives after their service. Now, therefore, the mayors and the members of the Vista City Council do hereby proclaim the 11th day of November 2023 as Veterans Day in the city of Vista, and urge our fellow citizens to join us in commemorating this day and expressing our heartfelt appreciation to all veterans for their service to our nation. Do we have any other veterans in the room with us today? If you would stand and be recognized for your service. Thank you. Would you take a photograph with us? And our other veterans that are with us today, if you want to come forward and be in a picture with us, we'd love to have you. Yeah.
Party pack.
It was a great honor to attend the North County Veterans Stand Down this weekend at the Green Elk Ranch. It was a pretty amazing event. I don't know if any of you had the opportunity to be there. Gary, did you get out to the Veterans Stand Down? This last weekend, did you get out to the Veterans Stand Down? Yeah, that was a great event. That's the 7th year. We're very proud to host it here in Vista. A lot of veterans taking care of other veterans who are suffering homelessness and housing insecurity. So a very special opportunity. Thank you, Council. Okay, now I'd like to invite, for our final presentation of the evening, I'd like to invite Brian Wilson and Paul Armstrong of the San Diego Rescue Mission to provide us with a presentation about their approach to addressing homelessness. Thanks for being with us tonight.
Thank you.
See you
Thanks
again.
for letting me jump in on a picture too. Wow.
Yeah, absolutely.
So thank you, Mayor Franklin, members of the City Council, city staff, and most importantly, the community of Vista. So we did want to just give you an opportunity, or just thank you for the opportunity to share what we do. And so to start us off, we have a quick, always good to have someone else tell your story. And we actually had an opportunity to have our Oceanside Navigation Center captured by a news clip. And so we just want to start off with that news clip.
Navigation Center opened its doors back in August. Within its first month, the president and CEO says they've helped 45 people get off the street. One man who was at the North County location is now in downtown working with the mission to get a job and a roof over his head. People can end up on the streets for many reasons.
In a nutshell, I lost a real good job after 11 years, broke my shoulder. Instead of picking myself up, I started to drink very heavily and drank myself to homelessness.
Steve Molaski tells me he ended up on the street in less than a year. After working with the mental health provider and the Oceanside PD's homeless outreach team, he found a helping hand from the San Diego Rescue Mission here at the Oceanside Navigation Center.
I was the first person in my dorm, in my bed, that ever slept there, and there was only a few of us there. But the people were great, and I felt safe right away.
Others have felt safe there as well.
It's worked beautifully, and we're getting a chance to help a lot of people, about 45 over the last few weeks, and the goal is to get them inside.
Once people experiencing homelessness are in the center, they can stay there for 30 days where Dee says they'll work with the case manager to figure out their next steps. For Steve, that's here at the Rescue Mission's rehabilitation program called Mission Academy. It's a program which helps people experiencing homelessness like Steve focus on wellness, getting education and training, and get a job and a place to live.
But this place is so comforting to be here. Food's great. I have a great roommate. I'm looking forward to the next steps.
Being that Wednesday is World Homeless Day, Dee says there's still more work to be done to tackle homelessness.
We got to do a better job of coordinating services and working together as service providers, as municipalities with service providers, as elected officials with leaders of homeless services.
And as someone who is receiving those services,
What's next for you, man?
A home and a job. I'd love to work again.
the Rescue Mission's president and CEO says that the National City Navigation Center, similar to the one in Oceanside, should be open in early 2024. Ryan Hill, ABC 10 News.
All right. Well, thank you. So that's just a great shot of what's happening. And so just get you updated on what we're going to do, and I'll talk about what we do, and then have Brian come up and share specifically about some of our collaboration and numbers that we're seeing from the Oceanside Navigation Center. So we partnered with the city of Oceanside, and it's truly a partnership. So the city of Oceanside was able to provide the building. We are providing the operating costs. So we've saved the city of Oceanside about $1.2 million a year. And we're doing that as a team effort to address homelessness in the city of Oceanside. We do have an approach. The way we do this is we start with outreach. We have a couple of shower trailers. So we have one shower trailer that operates up here in North County, and then we have our other shower trailer that operates down in South Bay. And so as you know, we are a county-wide organization. And after outreach, our next hope is how do we get people off the street immediately? And we feel the best way we can get them off immediately is to have our navigation centers, which are low barrier shelters. The opportunity is to give you a safe place to get off that street so we can then triage and figure out where you're going to go next. So we currently have 2 that are in operation, Oceanside, and then downtown, we have our downtown navigation center that's for women and women with children. And as the news report mentioned, we have our 3rd location that's under construction right now in National City, with hopefully a 4th location out in East County as our plan. So once you land at a navigation center, it really is about triage. So everyone loves MASH, the good old MASH show. It's about what do you need, how can we patch you up, and where do you go next? And it's about what's that next right step. We believe for many, it will be our year-long program in Mission Academy. So we do operate a year-long holistic program for men, women, and single parents downtown in the city of San Diego. It is a sober living environment, so we recognize people addressing their homelessness need to do it in the way that's going to be most effective for them. Our navigation center is low barrier. Anyone can come in so we can help triage and figure out where you want to go. For those who would benefit from a faith-based program, who need structure, who would benefit from a sober living environment, then we're going to invite you into Mission Academy, which is, again, 12 months. We have 5 goals for all of our students. We work with them as an academic model. They have classes. They meet with counseling or with a case manager. We're access to therapeutic services. And then we highlight, in fact, November 4th, everyone's invited to come out to a graduation on November 4th. We celebrate those who've graduated from our year-long program. And then that's not all. What we have found is aftercare is a big part of how do we make sure people don't end up back on the streets. So we actually have a robust alumni program with alumni ambassador coordinator who stays in touch with those who've graduated from Mission Academy so that we'll be able to stay connected. And we actually do a random sample of our alumni to check how they're doing on their job, on their income, on their housing, on their sobriety, and on their faith. And so we have good data to be able to say, if you come through our program, what we like to say, give us 12 months and we'll end your homelessness for good. And, oh, by the way, we have the data to prove that. So that's our overarching approach that we have. We do try and be data-driven and outcomes-focused. And that's our recommendation as we talk with anyone is, what are you achieving by the work that you're doing? And we really try and be about how many people can we get off the street immediately and how many people can we get off the street permanently? And we're happy to have people hold us accountable to those 2 numbers. Now to talk a little bit about how we work with collaboration and some specific numbers from ONC, I'll invite Brian Wilson, who's our director at the Oceanside Navigation Center.
Yeah, thank you for having us. We really appreciate it. We understand that we're just down the road in Oceanside, but as cities in North County, we all share this, and the desire is going to take the community. It's not a government issue, it's a community issue. So we appreciate you hearing about this, and we know it's going to impact all of North County. If we want to go ahead and put up the next slide. Do want to just show so far in 2 months of being open, and the numbers as of today are even, it's actually over 100 now, but 91 people have received intake. A lot of children, we're encountering more and more families. Inflation's becoming a greater and greater issue. And so some of the old issues, what people think contribute to homelessness, is becoming more complex. So it's not a simple solution or reason. And so we're seeing a lot more children. We're able to get them off the streets. Veterans, in fact, we had one veteran from the stand down that we were able to get in to the navigation center. So we serve the veteran community too, very powerfully. 14 DV victims and 55% having substance abuse issues. So we address all those within the first 30 days. They meet with the case manager once a week. And then also it's 24/7. So we have staff that over 75% of them have lived experience. So they have big brother, big sister, and encourage them along to give them hope. So out of the guests, and again, within the first 8 weeks, we have 42 that have been homeless for longer than 12 months. So this is a chronic issue, and we want to address that, and it can be addressed, even for people that have been chronically over 12 months on the streets. So as of now, you can see there, we have 12 guests. That's what we call the people that are there. So we call them guests, and 12 guests are now in permanent housing. So it's not short-term, and they are off the streets and they're headed, and that's straight from the navigation center. So there is an opportunity from these triage centers to get them into permanent housing. It's not always having to go to a one-year program. We have 22 positive exits. So you can see the percentages are really good as far as how many positive exits. That could be Mission Academy, permanent housing, short-term housing. A lot of times we're working on family reconciliation, and we're working with landlords more and more to be able to provide housing for them and figuring out ways to do that. And people are open to it. When a community supports it, it's important that all people from the community, whether it's churches volunteering, whether it's providing programming, whether it's landlords being willing to help us out, there's a lot of answers and solutions here. And as of right now, it says 40 people. We're actually at 48 people now residing at our navigation center. Success for us, we just want to share with you because we know you're thinking through these issues, and we don't say that we have all the solutions. We're just sharing our experience. What we think is essential is collaboration. It really takes community commitment, public-private partnership with good intentions, good motives, good communication. Every 2 weeks, I meet with the Housing Authority. I meet with the HOT team to make sure we're evaluating what are we doing, what's working, what's not working. Collaboration with different medical agencies. What we found is that if we can offer services on campus, the success rate is higher once they leave because it is voluntary. It goes down because of the struggles that they might encounter. So bringing those different providers on, we have True Care that comes 8 times per month. We offer medical, dental. We have T-Mobile offers a program to make sure they have phones. We have our mental health services for Oceanside come weekly. Co-case management, the VA is a part of that. So inviting them, so as you think about this, we just encourage you as far as making sure it's very collaborative. It's gonna take that team, and we found that so far, 8 weeks in, we're very happy, and as we continue, we're seeing this be successful. So with that, I'm gonna go ahead and let Paul come back up.
So, and I guess I could do my slide myself. See what you learn. Hey, there you go. One of the things just to kind of highlight is as you guys are looking at it, the Regional Task Force on Homelessness does provide a monthly report for the whole region. And I don't just show this to make everyone sad because you see first-time homeless, over 1,100, persons housed, only 800. So it doesn't take a I'm not great at math, but I know you have more people becoming homeless than exiting homelessness. That's not a good sign. Okay, but I'm an optimistic guy. I just want to highlight of what happened to those 828 people who got housed. I think it's really important to recognize that 53% of them in this month, and it's been averaging, I take a look at this from time to time, and it's pretty consistent between 50 and 60% of those who exit homelessness did not do so with a government subsidy. They figured it out. They either were able to, because they had a safe place to be, they got back to work, they were able to then just go and rent a place. They went into a program that then gave them the time and capacity to go and exit their homelessness. They got reunified with family. But there are multiple ways out of homelessness, and so that's part of it, is to go, okay, hey, that's one of the things we can be thinking of as a community, is what are some of those other off-ramps we can be making sure we're making available to people so that they can successfully navigate out of homelessness back into housing and community. Again, this is just, as we know, a point-in-time count is just, all that is a snapshot. It just gives us one point in time, and so that's just a good reminder of where you guys are at. Last point in time count highlighted that. You had 31 in shelter and 88 individuals that were noticed on that one night in January as being unsheltered. So what I would say is that this is super solvable. I'm super excited for you as a city as you wrestle with this and look at this, and being that optimist that I am, really hope that we're happy to share any information, anything that we've learned, and look forward to looking for ways to partner with you guys, because we would love to see that number 88 drop down to 0. At that, I'd love to open up if there's any questions that we could answer.
Thank you for being with us tonight. I do see Councilmember Melendez has a question for you.
Thank you. Thank you to both of you gentlemen and all the folks with San Diego Rescue Mission for the services that you're providing. I just had a couple clarifying questions, if that's okay.
Absolutely.
The diagram that you're presenting to us, this is based on the model at the Oceanside Navigation Center. Is that right?
So the SCRM approach, to make sure I got that this is the one we're looking at, is that the Oceanside Navigation Center is one of those bubbles. We have a full system of care that we manage to include outreach. So we provide outreach services. We have our shower trailers. We also provide the outreach for Little Italy. So hopefully anyone who visits Little Italy, you're like, wow, this looks different. We would like to take credit for that. But no, so our outreach, we have an outreach department. Then we have our navigation centers, and as I mentioned, we have 2 navigation centers in operation right now, Oceanside and a location in downtown, and Mission Academy then is our downtown. So as you look at this, the navigation centers is one of our stopping points on our model as we help someone get off the street.
And that is an essential stopping point, right? That emergency shelter. So is that considered for you emergency shelter?
Right. Yes, it is low, and so the technical term we say is low barrier, which what it means is we want that to be a landing spot, and we want to remove as many barriers as possible. So to come into the navigation center, it's about getting you off the street immediately and giving you a safe place to be able to catch your breath, figure out what your next step forward is.
Right.
So we're able to manage pets. And we manage, and so you do not have to be sober at the navigation center. We just ask you not bring anything on site there, and then we begin the process of working with you to see where you go next.
Awesome. And then after 30 days, is it required for that person to exit into another form of shelter, be it the 12-month faith-based rehabilitation, the Mission Academy, or reunification with family, or whatever other housing option they can find?
Yeah, that's a great question. This is the tension we manage. What we will tell you is that the 30 days is not hard and fast. If someone has a plan, if someone is working with us, we want to extend them because we want to get them off the street permanently. So, but what we do is we try and create that. We also go, one of our things I like to say is shelter is not the goal. Shelter is a tool. The goal is to help them in their homelessness. And so trying to create a little bit of, hey, this is not your final location. You've landed here. How do we take a step forward? We recognize there's not enough shelter beds in the county of San Diego. And if a person's not ready at that time, got it. I understand. But then we really want to open up that bed so that someone who is able to take those next steps forward can. So we do. That's one of our tension points that we manage. If they're moving forward with us, they're going to stay longer than 30 days. Although we do find a lot of times we're able to move them faster than that. Access to Mission Academy, access to a drug and alcohol program doesn't take 30 days. If there's another program that's a good fit for them, less than 30 days. Family reunification, less than 30 days. So there's a lot of options out there that are less than 30 days.
And I see the benefit in that you have a general 30-day landing spot. And so you're helping and as many people as you can. There's some turnover, a positive turnover there, so that more spots are available for that emergency. A few other questions I had. So these are your outcomes from August 17th to October 19th. These folks served. That's wonderful. Thank you so much. And I think that you really also highlighted some of the bigger challenges that we see with homelessness. Shelter is a tool, right? Not the solution. And I think that a lot of the complexity of homelessness comes from economic disparities in our community with the high cost of living and low wages, right? And people are more and more finding it harder to afford housing. I mean, you see from this HMIS newsletter that almost 1,200 people are experiencing homelessness for the first time, and barely 800 people are getting housed. So that's a big concern for me. I hope everybody is seeing that we don't want people to lose their housing in the first place. So while you're operating some emergency services and doing an amazing job at bringing people in and coordinating them, it looks like there's a really larger picture when it comes to homelessness and housing that we have to tackle. But thank you for being a part of the solution. And Oceanside is lucky to have you there. So thank you for coming and presenting. This is all wonderful information.
Yeah, and one thing I'll just add, right, it is, right, there's a larger, so one of the ways I sometimes will explain it is we're the emergency room, right? If you think about it from a healthcare perspective, someone comes to us, they're in crisis. And there is, you got your healthcare system, you got the whole preventative care, you have the whole hospital. And so what our spot is, we recognize we're your emergency room. And that's where we can do really good work. Yes, there are bigger issues. And so those bigger issues do need to be tackled. We're gonna stay focused on what we know we can do really well and allow you guys to address all the other issues in our life. Thank you. Thank you very much. But that's a way that's been helpful for me to kind of explain where we fit in the larger issues that you raised.
Councilmember Green, you had a question?
Yeah, and I'll try to be real quick. I know we talk about homeless all night long on this, but I definitely appreciate you coming in. So 2 things. Number one, the first slide that you showed with that circle, which I like the circle, Navigation Center to the Mission Academy. I'd like to see what happens when they choose another path. So you have everybody turning right, not left like NASCAR, they're turning right. What happens if they turn left at the Navigation Center? Where do they go from there, and what do your numbers look like? So obviously you can't do that today. I don't even want you to try to explain it because I don't have the time. But secondly, I'm going to go to that slide right here. Thank you. Question. In these days, it looks like 91 people received intake. You have 74 out of those 91 either have positive exits in permanent housing or are currently at your Oceanside Navigation Center. Are you saying that 81%, you have an 81% success rate of people that are walking through your door in this period of time based off of this data?
That'd be amazing. I want to just clarify the 12
That's
and
what it
22
looks like. I just want to
a
make
joint
sure.
number, right? The 12 and 22 are combined. So we broke out the 12 out of that 22.
Okay, so is it
so it's
66
22.
out of 91 is what it comes down
Right,
to?
well, and the 40 are still at our location, so we don't want to call that success yet. We'll see where
But
they
they're
go.
not on, I mean, they actually have a bed.
Yeah,
So the
they're at
reason
a
why I
base,
ask
yeah.
is we've had
Yeah.
referrals turned down at shelters where they don't even have the bed.
Yeah.
And I think getting to the triage, the navigation center is a great, tool to have. I just don't want to make sure we're not forcing our unsheltered population towards just turning right. And I know that there is an option, and that's what I'd like to see. And also what the actual percentage of data is. It's a great, performance rate. I just want to make sure that I understand it correctly.
Let me just address
Yeah.
that real quick.
Go ahead, and then I'm going to let you go so we can move on.
No, I just want to let you guys know, absolutely, this is a great question. So far in the first 2 months, we've averaged 28-day stay. So this 30-day model, and it's not rushing them out as far as just trying to get them out. So you can do a lot within those 30 days, and we do make exceptions. I just want to give that context. We're averaging about 28 days. So of those 22, 6 are for the Mission Academy. So we actually make a lot of left-hand turns.
Okay.
And it's one of those things, we're faith-based, but it's one of those things where it's, it's person first, them first, where they want to go. And we're very aware of that. And so we have other options. So really it's 6 of the 22. So we have a lot of kind of left-hand turns you're talking about.
Yeah, so 75% of them is what it looks like are you're
Yeah.
providing other services.
So
And
a
that's
lot
what
of-
I think my council would like to see too is who are those partnerships. So I don't want to take too long. I know
Absolutely.
we're in the presentation section and it's 6:09, so I'm going to let you go, but I really appreciate it. It's great data, and I'll definitely be reaching out with more questions.
And
Thank
I'll
you so
just
much.
add, please ask about outcomes. If there's anything I can stress is that hold us accountable. Us service providers, we can do smoke and mirrors, but at the end of the day, you want to know how many people would we get off your streets and where'd they go? And we want to be able and provide that data to show that we were successful. So thank you.
Thanks very much for being with us tonight, both of you. I was very impressed with your numbers for the first 2 months, and we'll look forward to hopefully having you back to share with us how things are going in Oceanside. We certainly want to follow the progress of all of our neighbors here in North County and throughout the county and the things that they're doing and try and learn and grow together. So thanks again for being with us tonight. Appreciate it. Okay, that'll bring us now to our oral communications portion of our meeting. Any member of the public may address the council on agency-related matters that are not on the agenda by requesting to speak during this section of the agenda. If you are participating via Zoom, please use the raise your hand feature or press *9 now if you'd like to speak. The number of speakers that will be heard during this segment is limited to 10. Any remaining speakers will be heard under the second oral communications item. And we've got, looks like 3 so far, oral communication speakers. We'll start with Joe Hood. And when you hear your name called, if you would please come take a seat in the very front row and be ready to speak so that the speakers behind you don't have to wait for you to come down. But Joe Hood, followed by Anthony White, would you please come down? And then Barbara Gordon on Zoom, if you'd be ready with your comments after these two gentlemen.
Good evening, Council and citizens. San Diego County today voted to open an immigrant and refugee center in North County with the destination unspecified. Please try to find a location in Vista. Let's welcome our visiting friends, our new friends. With respect to climate, Poway announced saving $33 million by agreeing to put solar on parking lots at their schools using a power purchase agreement that costs no out-of-pocket money. I urge Vista to get quotes for installing microgrids, possibly connecting them to a virtual power plant on all 45 city-owned buildings and parking lots. Partner with the school district to do the same. Partner with the school district to set up the school buildings in our city as resilient centers, as emergencies will certainly happen. Why wouldn't we want to generate clean energy, protect health, and save our citizens, and save millions of dollars? I'll bet we can find many uses for millions of dollars. If you can't, I can. And we will breathe better and sleep better. What better way, what better project should we focus on? There's no need to wait for a CAP update. Please direct staff to get quotes. We can do that now. We urgently need positive climate action. This is a win-win project for everyone in our community. Carpe diem.
Anthony White, followed by Barbara Gordon on Zoom, followed by Becky Rapp.
Hello. I congratulate the city on being bold and brave enough to face the issue of ending homelessness. It's a critical issue for our nation. Just this morning, ABC San Diego ran 2 reports concurrently. The first was about the proposed encampment ban, countywide encampment ban that was discussed today, and segueing from that into the lack of affordable housing for which people can move into, with a recent report showing that the average home price in San Diego County was over $500,000 above the national average, and San Diego specifically is the 14th most expensive city in the country. My name is Anthony White, and the last time I spoke at the City Council meeting, I raised concerns that while the city is approving premium market rate housing, we are seeing a significant shortage of affordable housing combined with historically high rent. Today, I'm here to speak again about my concerns over the availability of affordable housing because this issue is one that affects all of our residents, from the homeless to the home buyer. I can tell you that as a fact because I am formerly homeless, and my biggest obstacle to getting housing was affordability. Thank God, as a veteran, I was able to link to resources to help me get housed, and have been housed since 2015 when a 2-bedroom apartment was only $1,500. Now those prices are over $3,000. Since then, my next hope has been, as many renters as I'm sure, to buy a home. I've spent over a year and a half between 2022 and 2024 searching for my first home in Vista. While my household is not among the highest earners in Vista, at the time we had 3 sources of income, and we had hoped this would be enough to finally make our dream of owning a home come true. Unfortunately, the reality of the housing market in Vista quickly diminished those dreams. For most of our searches, the average home price we found in Vista was $700,000 to $800,000, which with a $4,000 to $6,000 mortgage, with now the average being closer to $850,000, with the mortgage being higher. As an advocate for many disadvantaged groups, and as someone who can't help but be concerned about the best for my fellow Vistans, I'm asking if the city is considering any of these potential solutions to make affordable housing for our residents available. Community land trust, tiny home communities, rent subsidies to home ownership, innovative financing options, property tax credits, affordable co-housing, public-private partnership, adaptive reuse projects, rent-to-own programs, affordable housing impact fees, education and counseling, shared equity models, green building incentives, incentives for multi-generational homes, and mobile home park renovation. I'm wondering if the city is considering these or any other ways to ensure that those who do eventually move from housing have a stable home to call their own for the future, because if you don't have something to call your own, then it's not yours. Thank you.
Barbara Gordon on Zoom, followed by Becky Rapp and Judy Strang.
Thank you. Good evening, City Council. I wanted to recognize Red Ribbon Week. This takes place each year from October 23rd to the 31st. This year's theme is Be Kind to Your Mind, Live Drug-Free. It is a reminder that everyday Americans across the country make significant daily contributions to their community by being the best they can be because they live drug-free. Red Ribbon Week is a time for schools across the country to engage students in critical dialogue about the importance of making positive life choices and avoiding drug and alcohol use. The Red Ribbon Campaign is the largest and oldest drug prevention campaign in the nation. The campaign was created to honor Enrique Camarino. He was a DEA agent. In 1985, he was kidnapped by drug traffickers in Mexico. His murder and death brought anger to the community and was a catalyst for the Red Ribbon Week campaign. Wearing red ribbons is a symbol of our commitment to raise awareness of the destruction caused by drugs in America. Red Ribbon Week serves as a valuable opportunity to build a drug-free lifestyle for the next generation. We need to rededicate ourselves to building a better future for American children. Every young person deserves to live a full and healthy life and reach their highest potential. Thank you.
Becky Rapp, followed by Judy Strang.
Good evening, Mayor Franklin and council members. My name is Becky Rapp. I'm a parent and a public health educator, concerned with the marijuana industry's ability to sell products purposefully made to look appealing to children. I want to share yet another devastating incident when 4 third-grade students were hospitalized last Wednesday after consuming THC-infused edibles. These 4 students attended North Broadway Elementary School in Escondido. In a statement per NBC San Diego, the Escondido School District said the widespread availability and commercialization of THC-infused edibles is a growing concern for school communities statewide, including ours. School communities across San Diego County say the cannabis edibles can be readily confused with ordinary snacks and candy. The article goes on to say that Rady Children's Hospital has seen a significant surge in children treated for ingestion, increasing from a few cases to hundreds annually. The hospital reports the average age of these patients is roughly 3.5 years old. And according to NBC San Diego, overconsumption of cannabis in children can pose severe, potentially life-threatening effects. Sadly, Governor Newsom recently vetoed Assembly Bill 1207, also called the Cannabis Candy Child Safety Act, which would have banned the sale of marijuana products that are attractive to children, preventing devastating situations such as the one that happened in Escondido. As city officials, I ask you to consider ways you can help protect our children here in Vista by preventing this unfortunate situation from happening again. Thank you.
Judy Strang.
Good evening, Vista City Council and Mayor Franklin. Judy Strang here on behalf of my daughter, who teaches school in Vista, where she's a middle school teacher. She will later lend her support to PH item 2 regarding a cap on tobacco retail licenses, and she had sent me this study, which she thought I'd find interesting as it relates to that item. But as it turns out, it actually has some other interesting facts for all of us that volunteer with youth and who care about the saturation of our communities with tobacco retail licenses, but also with liquor stores and marijuana storefronts. This happens to be a study that just came out from Berkeley School of Public Health and was published in the Journal of Studies on Alcohol and Drugs yesterday. And it has to do with when there is saturation of marijuana storefronts in a community, how it affects perception of, in this case, high school students, and that they are more likely to use. The interesting part of this study goes on to say that of concern to them is the study also showed when there were marijuana storefronts in a community that alcohol use among teens also increased. This comes as no surprise to many of us that tobacco retailers, liquor stores, and marijuana storefronts do send a message to our young people that maybe in here lies the answers to their stress and their depression and their anxiety, a false message at a very poor time in their journey into adulthood. So I express my concern for the marijuana storefronts in our city and the type of messages that it sends. But I am pleased that later this evening you'll be looking at saturations of tobacco retailers as well. Thank you.
Thank you. That'll bring us to our consent calendar this evening. The recommendations in our consent calendar will be enacted in one motion unless an item is removed from the calendar. Any member of the public may remove an item by submitting a request to speak card to the clerk secretary by using the raise their hand feature on Zoom or by pressing *9. Items removed from the consent calendar will be considered immediately following the adoption of the calendar. We have 4 consent items this evening, and we have a member of the public, Sid Rothenberg, has pulled item C4. Councilmember Green.
I would move to approve the balance of the consent calendar as presented.
Deputy Mayor Contreras.
A second.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes. That item is approved unanimously. And now we'll hear from Sid Rothenberg about item C4. While you're coming to the podium, I'll note for the city that we've just approved a contract to replace all the playground services in, is it 9 parks throughout the city? We're very proud of that. A lot of them needed that new surface in the playgrounds, a lot of community input on that. Thank you for being with us. The floor is yours.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members.
Speak right into that microphone for us.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. I realize the agenda is to approve the Dick Miller Inc. for designing the roundabout at Boubier and Calle Jules. But, and I'm not opposed to that. I just want to make some comments about the roundabout being in that location. And I know in earlier discussions, there was quite a bit of discussion here at the council between traffic light and roundabout. And I think in this instance that the traffic light would have been a better choice than the roundabout, and primarily because it is an east-west artery, a major one. And I know you, Joe, had quite a bit to say about that. It's only 2 blocks from East Vista Way and Boubier to Calle Jules, if even that. And you're going to immediately be bringing 4 lanes down to 2 and then opening it up again. So that's quite a short distance for doing that. I personally, as a senior, don't feel comfortable trying to cross the street at a roundabout. And I think it's maybe not that safe for children either, because the cars are so intent on getting into the roundabout and around the roundabout, they're not really paying attention and acknowledging the pedestrians that are there. So, and just because the funding is more readily available for roundabouts these days, doesn't mean it's the right choice to make. You need to really think about, I'd like to put forth that you think about other issues rather than having in the back of your mind that I think we can get funding for this, and so I'm going to push for it. Thank you.
Councilmember Green.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor, and thank you so much for speaking, Ms. Roth. I don't like having a roundabout here, but we did have a long discussion about it with the council, and at the end of the day, the yays won as far as a roundabout goes, and we have done some more research on the roundabouts and exactly what it's going to do to that area. We've had a couple fatalities crossing that street, which is why we're trying to put a controlled crosswalk in addition to the roundabout. I think it will be a controlled crosswalk there, if I'm not mistaken. I guess we'll see when the actual design comes back. But I think that what we're approving right now is just to see the design and see if it makes sense. Once it comes back, I think we'll really figure out, hey, is the cost too exuberant? And is that really what we're going to be putting in there? But for now, I know it's just approving getting the actual estimate. In addition to this roundabout, I want to make sure the community knows there is another roundabout going in at Oak Drive and Foothill Drive, and that is a area that backs up every single morning at Foothill Oak Elementary all the way back to about Foothill and Edge Hill Lane over there. So putting a roundabout there should really improve traffic flow as well. So with that, I'm going to approve this item as presented so that we can see exactly what the cost is going to be on these roundabouts, what the design is going to look like, and kind of where we go from there.
Sounds like a motion to me. Deputy Mayor Contreras.
I second the motion. Thank you.
Okay, and I also was opposed to this roundabout, but since the council has decided that we will have a roundabout, I will also vote to award the contract. So we have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes. That item is approved unanimously. We have two public hearings tonight. The first is regarding the Kens Show residential development, P22-0282, and we'll now open the public hearing. If there are any members of the public that wish to speak on this item, they may indicate so by using the raise their hand feature or by pressing *9 or submitting a request to speak card here at the dais. Speakers will be called upon after the presentation. Our acting director of city planning and city planner, Patsy Chow, will provide the staff report tonight. As soon as she gets the clicker.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor Franklin, council members. Patsy Chow, I'm the Acting Director of Community Development Department, City Planner. I'm here before you this evening to present this project, which is a request for a general plan amendment, zone change, specific plan amendment, site development plan, and tentative subdivision map for a project known as Kens Show Housing Development. It's project number P220282. Just to provide a little bit of background on this project, the Pheasant Hill specific plan was adopted back in September of 2007 at this particular location for consideration of 15 homes at the time with one access point to Lago de Loma Drive. Later on in 2018, the project was brought before the City Council for an amendment to the specific plan for consideration of 24 homes, also with access to Lago de Loma and Guajome Street. 4 years later, Tideline Partners purchased the subject site, plus 2 additional lots at 212 Guajome Street and 446 Lago de Loma Drive. They went before early design review meeting with the Planning Commission for 181 apartment units. That was back in May of 2022. And later on, Tideline submitted formally the project in August 2022, which brings us to today. So the proposed project, as I mentioned before, is a general plan amendment, zone change, specific plan amendment, a site development plan, a tentative subdivision map for 183 apartment units, which equates to 40 dwelling units per acre on this 4.59 acre parcel. There are a total of 4 residential buildings being proposed. 1 is a 4-story and 3 are 3-story structures. There is an amenity top floor at building 2. The total amount of parking spaces is 266. That includes 184 covered spaces and 82 uncovered spaces. Within that count, there are also 14 accessible spaces and 27 that are ready for electric vehicle charging equipment as part of the total of 266. Along with the project, there are included drainage improvements, wet and dry utilities, all associated infrastructure. As far as amenities for the project, there will be outdoor recreation areas, a pool house, a clubhouse, playground areas, outdoor seating areas, and a rooftop amenity space with a deck as part of Building 2. The proposed mix is of studios, 1 and 2 bedroom units, as shown on this slide. Will break down of 58 studio units, 91 bedroom, and 35 2-bedroom units. As part of the project, 13% of the total count, which equates to 24 units, will be affordable to moderate income households that are earning 80 to 120% of the area median income. There will be a regulatory agreement in place, and the breakdown of the types of bedrooms or studios is commensurate with the amount that's provided as part of the overall project. So 8 studio units, 12 one-bedrooms, and 4 two-bedrooms as part of the 24 affordable units. There are proposed off-site improvements as part of this general plan amendment that are comprised of pedestrian improvements that will connect the project to nearby commercial areas serving adjacent neighborhoods that actually have no sidewalk, and starts with a new sidewalk that will be proposed to be built on the north side portions of Guajome Street at Lado de Loma, and that will be extending from 201 Guajome all the way west to Eddy Drive. There's also going to be pedestrian connection sidewalk on the south side of Guajome between the project's western property boundary to Mercantile Street, which includes a temporary asphalt sidewalk between the Eastern Railroad right-of-way and Mercantile Street. Just the aerial photo of existing uses, basically zoned right now, Pheasant Hill specific plan with the RM15 and the R1B zone. And the general plan designation is medium density at 10 dwelling units per acre, medium high density at 15 dwelling units per acre. The proposed changes as far as the general plan is to actually change it to mixed use at 40 dwelling units per acre. And the proposed zone would be the downtown specific plan, SPI implementation zone under the Paseo Santa Fe district. The specific plan amendments is basically to remove the site from the Pheasant Hill specific plan and incorporate it into the downtown specific plan. Just aerial photo of the site with the railroad tracks at the top of the picture and Lado de Loma at the bottom, identifying the subject site. In terms of general plan and development standards, as I mentioned before, the total amount of 883 units at 40 dwelling units per acre, they're able to meet all the development standards within the downtown specific plan, starting with a building height, which is a maximum of 60 feet. The 4-story building is at 57. The 3-story buildings are from 41 to 57 feet, including the amenity roof deck on building 2. And the project is also meeting all the front yard, the side yard, and street side yard setbacks at 0 feet, the rear yard of 15 feet. Landscaping as well and above what's required at 10%. There, it's almost 52% of the site is landscaping. The open space requirements at 200 square feet per unit breaks down 25% of that figure as private and 75% as common open space. And the project is meeting and exceeding the total common open space area as well as the private open space area. The site plan here shows building number 4, that's closest to Guajome Street. That's the 3-story building. And as you go inside the project, building 3, 2, and 1 is the 4-story building. Identified on this slide, you have the amenities, the pool, the amenity buildings, the pool house and the gym, the playground and the sitting area, which is between the buildings and Lado de Loma. And they're all connected by accessible ramps. And there is also a pedestrian ramp, which is the yellow dash line, that's along the private driveway, connecting the buildings as well as to the accessible ramps towards the amenity areas. The landscape plan, as I mentioned before, they're providing 52% of the site as far as landscape areas, well exceeding the 10% required in our landscape manual, a combination of native and non-native plant materials. In terms of Guahomie Street proposed improvements, the traffic study that was put together for the project, the Local Transportation Study, LTS, identified and evaluated all the intersections serving the proposed project, and also determined that the project, the traffic would not reduce the levels of service to an unacceptable level, which would be considered a LOS E or F at any intersection. And the project also includes the widening of Guahomie Street and the dedication of a dedicated left turn lane as identified on this slide into the project driveway. There will be through traffic flow on Guahomie Street, enough area for queuing the project driveway. It will be stop controlled and all movements would be allowed in and out of that project driveway. Tonight, the applicant will be requesting from the City Council a utility waiver request for the overhead utility undergrounding requirement. The staff is not recommending the waiver at this time because it is a requirement in our development code for undergrounding of overhead utilities as part of a project development. If the requested waiver is in fact granted by the City Council, the applicant will still be required to pay in lieu fees instead of actually completing the work that would normally be associated with undergrounding. And again, if the City Council decides to grant the waiver, the City Council should provide reasoning and support of the waiver as part of your motion tonight. So I just wanted to mention that. Here in the cross sections, it's identified building 1 at the top all the way to building 4 at the bottom. Essentially, the blue line is identifying lateral to Loma elevation, street elevation. So to identify the fact that the building itself is contained, the building envelope below lateral to Loma, the street elevation, and well within the required height, maximum height of 60 feet. The only portion that is actually above the street elevation, lateral to Loma, is building 2, which is that top amenity floor that's at the very top of building 2. As far as the architectural elevations, the style is contemporary. They use cement plaster exterior walls and metal trellis patio guardrails, exposed concrete glazing and metal glass door systems. The exposed eastern elevations of the parking structure or the garages is basically CMU block and exposed concrete with a smooth finish. The colors are basically white and gray with silver accents. And the flat roofs, obviously, a dominant feature of the project with cement plaster parapets and louvered material for the medical mechanical systems. And pretty much that repeats throughout these elevations for building 2, building 3, and building 4. Just wanted to point out the unit mix for the project. Some of the units fall short of what the requirement is in our code for the minimum unit size for a studio, which is at 400, the 1-bedroom's at 700, and the 2-bedroom at 880. However, as an express condition of approval of the site development plan by the Planning Commission, which was part of the recommendation, and the City Council, the changes or the modifications to the unit sizes can be done in a public hearing format. These are visual simulations of the project. The top pictures on the left, number 1 from Guahomie looking at the project site, number 2 and 3 from the railroad tracks looking at the project site, and number 4 is taking a look at the amenity area where the pool would be located. A mitigated nag deck, a CEQA environmental document, was produced for the project. It was out for public review from June 16th to July 5th. There were a total of 15 comments. 2 of them were actually received after the date. However, it was still responded to, and all the responses are including in attachment R of the MND. In terms of public policy considerations, the general plan currently identified in our general plan as medium density, medium high density. Again, the change is to mixed use. That would allow basically the project at 40 dwelling units per acre, and again, 183 units is 40 dwelling units per acre. And therefore, the approval of the general plan would actually, the project would actually conform to the general plan at that point with the change in the designation. The zoning, as mentioned before, RM15, R1B, and Pheasant Hill specific plan. And with the changes to take it out of the Pheasant Hill specific plan into the downtown specific plan at 40 dwelling units per acre, would also, with the approval of the zone change, the project would also conform with the downtown specific plan. So the Planning Commission on October 3rd voted 5-0 to recommend the approval of the MND, the MMRP for the 183 units. And also, as part of their motion, they removed engineering condition 4A, which talks about vacation of an unused right-of-way along Lago de Loma, 8 feet north of the proposed face of the AC dike. That condition is not needed. There will be separate actions regarding vacation that will be considered separately. And the other condition that was added by the Planning Commission as part of their motion was that the developer would place larger specimen trees to help soften the appearance of the proposed buildings to the satisfaction of the Community Development Director and/or the city planner. I would like to point out there's a revision that was done by the city engineer regarding engineering condition 4B under dedications and improvements, such that the condition will read, applicant shall relinquish all vehicular access rights to the property from Lago de Loma Drive. The addition is the exception for the width of the driveway that's currently serving the existing residential structure located at 446 Lago de Loma Drive. This modification is being done because it is not substantiated the public health safety concerns associated with legally requiring the applicant and developer to actually relinquish the access rights to the totality of the Lago de Loma Drive. So therefore, that exception is being made for this existing driveway to remain as such. So the recommendation tonight is for the City Council to adopt the mitigated neg deck, the MMRP, for the 183 units, and also to introduce and adopt the approving of the zone change, taking it from the specific plan amendment, the Pheasant Hill, into the downtown specific plan. And lastly, the approval of a general plan amendment, the specific plan amendment, the site development plan, and the tentative subdivision map for the 183 units. This concludes staff's presentation. The applicant does have a presentation if you'd like to hear that next, or if you have any questions for staff, I'll be happy to address those now. Thank you very much.
Do you have a presentation? Yeah, please. Oh, Councilmember Melendez, did you have a question for staff? Okay. Go ahead. All right. Thank you, Mrs. Chow. Good evening, Mayor Franklin, council members, Mr. Conley, members of the public, and our neighbors and community. My name is Lev Gershman. I'm the founding and managing partner of Tideline Partners. I live at 5363 Bragg Street, San Diego, California. I'm joined here tonight by our extended team of architects and engineers. They're behind me here. Raise your hand. I'm also happy to share that my dad joined. Dad, thanks for coming. I'm excited to share with you that after 2.5 years of working together with our neighbors, staff, and our talented design team, we're excited to share the refined and improved Kensho project. Kensho is located in the heart of the South Santa Fe Arts and Culture District and is designed and programmed to help fulfill the goals of the Downtown Community Plan. We gathered the best in class, designers and engineers, to bring this special project to life. The design team has over 100 awards from the American Institute of Architecture, Society of Landscape Architects, and the American Public Works Association. Locally, this team has over 20 coveted Orchid Awards from the San Diego Architectural Foundation, including our project, the Found Lofts on South Santa Fe. At Tideline Partners, our mission is very simple. We try to make places better. We solve for economic value, cultivate community, and try to protect the environment along the way. You're familiar with some of our Vista projects. and our relentless commitment to support the vision for this wonderful, charming downtown. It's a community heart that celebrates art, brings people together, and supports local businesses. Safdie Rabines Architects is driven by its mission to create meaningful places. They envision interior and exterior space as one, intending to blur the lines between building and garden. Our landscape architect, Schmidt Design Group, are dedicated to creating signature spaces that reflect the character and vision of the community. I love their work, particularly Solana Beach Coastal Trail, the San Elijo Nature Center, and our favorite Stone Brewery in Escondido. Downtown Vista is a special place. Defined by its unique topography and small scale, it stands apart from the other cities in North County. The renaissance of this charming downtown is really decades in the making. It's come such a long way. It's safe and clean, and it's dotted with small local businesses that believe in the vision and downtown's potential. We have so much to be proud of, and we still have so much to do. Since the downtown community plan was established, the state eliminated the redevelopment agency, and with it, some of the city's essential tools. Of the 1,400 residential units planned for the downtown specific plan, only a few hundred have been delivered in the last decade. So let's think about that. A few hundred units in the last decade. How long does it take us to get to the plan and the goal of 1,400 units? 20, 30, 40 years? Most of the land is already improved with commercial and residential buildings. The small lot sizes along South Santa Fe and Mercantile make for a charming, fine-grained character, but limit the ability to deliver housing units needed to meet the goals. To adjust for the changing rules and now missing tools that the city used to have, we're asking to absorb the project into the immediately adjacent downtown community plan, and in doing so, help activate South Santa Fe, Mercantile, support local businesses, and help city achieve its community plan goals. While the property does have a brief seasonal green look, which is a look I love, it quickly turns to fire hazard brush, dry brush. Blight, vandalism, neighborhood disturbance, trash dumping, these are issues we deal with frequently. We even had a nighttime arson fire that was fortunately quickly contained by the awesome Vista Fire Department. These types of issues will persist, and this liability will remain until this site is developed. Before I turn it over to our design team to talk about the project, I want to share with you that in motion for the intent of this site, we came up with at least a placeholder name, Kensho. Borrowing from the Zen Buddhist tradition, we've nicknamed the project Kensho. Kensho is translated as seeing nature, or one's true nature, capturing the guiding principles of preserving green space. Over 50% of the land will be dedicated to green space, and enhancing the mind and body connection with nature. We're committed to more sustainably connecting people with amenities and increasing the diversity of housing options in downtown. I'm going to hand it over to Kevin with the Safdie Rabines Architects now.
Great. Thank you, Liv. So when we start our project, we really want to understand the development goals, understand the legacy character of what we're building. So we started with some images that we thought kind of captured the city of Vista from our point of view. Some things we really respect is the public art, the revitalized downtown, the respect for the history of Vista, but also understanding that we're going to be developing further and make sure we're doing that smartly. So we have here our site plan, which we've talked about in length, but really what inspired us about this is the topography of this site, just a very unique property. So when we started to lay out the building, we really wanted to try to follow those curves. You can start to see the shape of the building was taking kind of a really soft S. It starts to take off the sharp edges of a building. This following topography also allowed us to tuck into the building, which are able to reduce the height. We also wanted to break down the scale of the building. We use these what we call bridge elements to break up one large building into smaller buildings. These bridge elements allow light and view corridors through the building to help break up the scale. We also located the smallest building, what we refer to as Building 4, on Guajome, which is more in fitting with the scale of the neighboring buildings. Pedestrian access is very important for us in this project. We mentioned the bustling downtown, South Santa Fe, the shops that we talked about, and really want to make sure that the infrastructure we're providing in this project does promote walkability. So we've been working a lot on-site and off-site to provide infrastructure that will help for that pedestrian access. We also have the Sprinter, and in future becoming an inland rail trail for bicycle. So really trying to take advantage of these multimodal forms of transportation. We're working with Circulate San Diego. We have the building is mobility certified, using their expertise to understand what kind of things we need to do to make sure that we can use other forms of transportation other than cars for this project. So I'll talk about the site plan. We're really excited. I mean, we've talked about how much landscaping we have. 50% of the site is landscaped. Really using a canvas of native and sustainable plants throughout the project, preserving mature trees as much as possible, introducing coastal live oaks and citrus to kind of a nod to the history of agriculture of Vista, working with, on the edges of Lotto and Guajome, working with those existing planting palettes to kind of fit into the neighborhood, and really kind of revitalizing this hillside and really creating a buffer to the neighbors. The project is focusing on wellness for the residents. As you can see from some of the amenities we're providing, cold plunge, spa, pool, gym, playground, some small gathering spaces, amenities, really trying to focus on small gathering spaces to be good neighbors. Some of the images on the bottom here are inspiration for that landscape palette, as well as some local context, some neighborhood buildings. These are just some really schematic renderings we provided. This one's actually at the amenity building. This would be the gym, orienting back towards the residential portion of our building. On the left, you can see kind of that rock wall showing that we're really tucking these buildings into the hillside, trying to reduce the scale and the height to the neighbors. Also kind of really connecting to nature, trying to get incorporating trellises to help screen elements and get landscaping all around you. Another image from this amenity building. This is actually looking through one of those bridge elements we talked about that break up the mass of the building, allow light and views through the corridors. This image also kind of shows the selective plant material and also locations to help screen the building, not only for our residents, but also for the neighbors. This is the last view kind of from the residential building looking at the hillside, showing that amenity building tucked into the hillside, and also the hope of revitalizing that buffer and with large trees and green, and also showing some of those smaller amenity areas. This is another image. So this is what Patsy also showed was the building sections. This is each section through one of the main buildings 1, 2, and 3. In our first planning commission meeting, there was a lot of concern about building height. So we went back to Lev and talked about how can we reduce 1 story off of each of these buildings, which we were successful in doing. And then this is the result that we're able to, that blue dashed line shows the street level of Lotto de Loma, and that the residential portions are all below that level. This is also a good diagram showing you how we've tucked the building into the hillside. The solid red line is actually the existing grade, and we can see we have subterranean levels. That's mostly parking and back of house amenities that don't need natural light, really taking advantage of trying to keep is above grade as small as possible. The red dashed line is the max height we're actually allowed, showing we're respecting, we're not trying to build as high as we can. We're actually trying to be respectful and listen to the neighbors. We did a couple landscape visualizations. These are from Lotto de Loma looking at the project site. We did one for each building. The 2 images you see here is one at completion, that would be day 1 of move-in, versus the second one is full maturity to planting, which is really the intent of screening the project. On the upper right-hand side are some visualizations and some inspiration for fencing. We had a town hall meeting really early in the design process with some of the neighbors. This came out of that understanding that we want maybe an open, secure fence along that so they can also share in the view of the landscape. So these are some images of the fencing that would be along Lotto. Oops, skips one. Oh. They're backwards, sorry. The second one's overlooking building 3, same idea, day 1 at completion, really showing the intent of the design of the landscape to screen the building from view. This last one, we talked earlier about the idea of keeping matured trees that are on site. So this is actually, if you look at completion, we're already completely screening the building with existing trees that we're keeping on site. These are pepper trees. And in the right, again, is another inspiration image of this security fence that also has visibility.
Thank you, Kevin. As you can see, Mayor and council members, a lot of thought, resources, and energy went into the refinement of this project since we started 2.5 years ago. We met and worked closely with our neighbors, some of them are here today, the transit agencies, and the city to design a better project. In closing, I want to highlight 4 key areas of improvement in response to the feedback we received from our neighbors, community, and staff. First, we addressed safety and access. We removed access from Lado de Loma. We added a dedicated turn lane into the project from Guajome. We improved vehicular circulation within the project, buffering from our neighbors and reducing the area of impervious road service. We enhanced the sidewalk improvements and pedestrian safety connecting to South Santa Fe and up Guajome, running a sidewalk 1,200 linear feet all the way to Eddy Drive. Second, as Kevin mentioned, we reduced project intensity, removing a full floor from building 1, 2, and 3. And as you saw in the section slides, except for the small 900 square foot amenity structure on building 2, buildings are tucked into the hillside below the elevation of Lado. We committed to deliver 13% of the project as deed-restricted, moderate income units, commonly referred to as the missing middle. Additionally, by revising the project to have smaller units, market-driven pricing will yield an estimated additional 10% of the units in the moderate income range. So we are deed-restricting 13% across the unit types, with up to maybe another 10% naturally occurring moderate income, for a total of 23% moderate income units. Refinement. Well, the upper left-hand picture, which I think sent some folks into shock when we first presented this project 2 years ago, was honestly more of a massing study, so it was never going to look quite so hideous, to be honest. But the design has really come a long way. We obviously moved away from the big blocky volumes to shorter buildings with fluid curves that follow the topography of the South Santa Fe Valley. We created a gradual step back, as Kevin shared, from Guajome into the project, softening the transition from the street. Certainly, we're biased, but we think she looks beautiful. As we wrap up our presentation, I'd like to take a moment to ask Randy Michael, in reference to the waiver for the undergrounding of the dry utilities, to come up and share some of his work. The infrastructure around the site poses some intrinsic limitations for our undergrounding that result in unintended outcomes that we would like your guidance on. Next. Yep. Ready to roll?
Good evening. Sorry. First, who I am. Yeah, my name is Randy Michael. I work for Engineering Partners. You can kind of see it here. I used to work as a planner designer for SDG&E. I've been doing this for 43 years. Yes, I'm that old. And honestly, it's been an incredible career, and I love working on projects, especially with people in a team like this. And a lot of my work in the past has been done working on conversions. I've done probably 200, 250 conversions where we replaced overhead lines with underground systems in a variety of different areas, including I've done projects in Vista, Carlsbad, San Diego, 20A conversions, 20B conversions, 20Z conversions, for those who know the CPUC rules. And actually, I'm a big proponent of conversion work, with exceptions. And a project like this is one of those things which I would recommend against it, personally. Part of the problem is when you have meandering, I want to say rural type streets, and you have services going to a variety of different homes that have limited constraints to be able to get to the meter panels, such as decks and decorative walls. We end up having to set additional poles on the south side of, for example, south side of La de Loma. And so the effect in this area, if we were to convert it, was we would take out 2 poles but we'd have to install 4, 3 to maintain the services, 1 to bring the 12 kV down, into the roadway from the overhead line that's feeding from the south. And we still wouldn't be able to remove the stub pole that's on the, right now, currently you would look at it, the pole that's on the north side of pole 3. That pole would have to remain. The exhibits that you see on the right are essentially the poles that we'd be placing in those locations. I know that a lot of people like to see the lines removed. I personally find that most of my friends, people I talk to, they don't like poles. They don't like to see it. So basically the challenge is, like I mentioned before, substandard road conditions, 4 poles added in front of neighbors' properties, lots of mature trees to dealing with the trench route, to deal with putting the underground system in. One thing is we're requesting is to leave the poles as they are along Lotta de Loma. We still, convert the line out that's going through the property, and we would pay in lieu of fees to the city, for that portion of it. Guajome is almost as bad. If we do the conversion, we're removing 1 pole that's just basically south of the tracks that's fronting the property. But the other poles that are out there that are on the west side of the street, that are outside the boundary, they would all stay. Essentially, I doubt that for the most people they would notice much difference. And the big thing there is that to convert that line, we would have to bore underneath the tracks. It would be a substantial disruption to local drivers as we're trying to do that work. So, basically, kind of in summary, that if you're really looking at it, you're really not getting rid of pole lines. You're essentially adding more poles, and it's going to, the difference, you're going to have some angry neighbors, and honestly, I don't think it's going to be that much different. Actually, might look slightly worse, just in my experience of doing this for 43 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Randy. That concludes our presentation. We want to thank you for your time, and we're ready to listen.
Thank you very much. Any questions from council at this time? No, we have 9 speakers that would like to be heard, and we'll start. And if you would, when you hear your name called, please come forward and take a seat in the front row. So our first speaker tonight is Joseph Jody Robbins, and followed by Duncan Craig and Joe Hood. Duncan Craig and Joe Hood, if you would please go ahead and come forward and be ready to speak.
Mayor Franklin, commissioners, and staff and the applicant. I'm impressed with the presentation. I'm speaking against the project, however. It's all about location, location, location for me. And they've managed to find the only piece of the development-specific property south or west of the railroad tracks. And I'm concerned that once we start letting development 60 feet tall come in west of the railroad tracks, we go up the hill and over the hill, and then we're going to be, it's over. And the next development that comes in, how are you going to tell him no? Is it only because you've rezoned this guy? How are you going to tell the next guy no? I've been around and I've seen this kind of thing. I'm curious, because I can't find in any of the presentations what the percentage of this new development is actually that zone-specific property, what percentage is the R1, and what specific percentage is the third zone. I believe it's, pardon me, I don't have it right. And there's RM and RB, R1B. There's 3 zones that are getting assimilated into one parcel here. But would we even be talking about this parcel if it didn't have the specific, if it didn't have downtown specific in it, being west of the tracks? I went to review the project and look at it. When I saw the notification that it had gone through and been planning approved, and you come over Gahomey and look at, there's a big wall that you come over and see as you come over Gahomey and down the hill of the backside of those buildings along Santa Fe. And I'm not impressed by that architecture whatsoever. These guys have done a great job. I'm worried about the future of the area. I've been a longtime resident in Vista. So, you know, I drove around all those little neighborhoods in there. In all the neighborhoods, I couldn't count up 183 buildings, all the way up that hillside. There's churches in there, there's businesses, there's homes, there's apartments. I can't get to the number they're trying to put on that little parcel. So I'm just concerned that we're saturating that one little area with a lot of development. It's
Thank you. I apologize, but you're out of time. I'm sorry. Thank you very much for coming to speak this evening.
Craig. I've lived on Lotto de Loma for 23 years and watched the South Santa Fe corridor improve. And overall, you guys have done a great job. I mean, except for that painting on the 4-story building. But the concrete, although they lack architectural imagination, are a good replacement for the shabby storefronts. But this Kensho project is an abomination. You're building on a hillside. You're building on a hillside where right down the street there was a landslide in January that caused the apartment building to be evacuated, and several cars were covered. We're living in a time of climactic change, and you're building 4 monstrous buildings on a hillside. There's no way the soil compaction studies or the geological studies can predict what is going to happen in the coming years with wetter winters and 300 more cars per day coming along Lotto de Loma, because that's what's going to happen. Lotto de Loma is a sleepy 2-lane rural road without not only sidewalks, but without shoulders. People walk their dogs and kids along that road. And if you think that people are going to take the access to Guajome and navigate the traffic lights, and to get to 78 to work and come back from work and go down and wait for the Sprinter to cross and then to access this project, you're mistaken. They're going to come the shortest way along Lotto de Loma. It's a country road. If you guys are going to persist in being an auxiliary for the developers, the voters are going to hold you accountable. Thank you.
Joe Hood, followed by Julia Shriver. And I just ask everybody to remember that our meetings are like a courtroom, and our council ordinance requires you to maintain decorum and hold your applause during this portion of the meeting. Mr. Hood.
Thank you. Good evening again. I have a strong preference that we plant a pocket forest on this land. Let's turn it into a real natural nature reserve. Vista should make a contribution to the state's 30 by 30 law and North County's multi-species conservation plan. Let's shape up. Or turn the property into a park. But if you insist upon a building and you want to change the zoning, I gotta say, I was just disturbed by this presentation we just saw. They did a beautiful job, but it's what's missing that's the problem. We should require that all tenants can participate in an on-site community microgrid with virtual power plant options, mandate superior efficiency measures such as passive house and lead design, require all electric units, mandate no gas hookups anywhere on the project. Didn't hear anything about that one way or the other. Require substantial green space, require many units, at least as many as they have for low-income renters. They probably did well there. Prohibit any parking spaces. Look, this location is near the transit center. We must encourage public transit and plan to reduce vehicle miles traveled. Preventing parking will make more green space available. We could even replace the parking the way it's laid out with a pocket forest. Why not? And save money. Why pay for parking? Why pave over more and more of our land? Parking spaces cost money, and it's pointless to do that, in my view. And it would address some of the traffic questions the last speaker was talking about. These actions will advance urgent efforts to implement 15-minute neighborhoods, and this is the perfect location for a 15-minute neighborhood in our community. Let's make Vista nature-friendly. Let's make sure that all of our new construction has environmentally sound green design. I'm tired of hearing about, tinier units or whatever that don't focus on anything that's, I don't know whether they have no gas included or not, but they must. This has to be, if it's going to exist here, a clean, energy-safe project. Thanks.
Julia Shriver, followed by Lisa Moak, followed by Sid Rothenberg. If you would all come down, please take a seat in the front row and be ready to speak. Ms. Shriver.
Good evening, Mayor and Council, staff, and public. I attended the Planning Committee meeting last week, and I was very concerned that their only concern were the mature trees that were going to be put in, and not the gridlock traffic that's going to come from this project. Actually, I like the project. It looks clean, nice, but it's bad for this area. The infrastructure does not support it. The grid-like traffic, you're talking about 183 units. Every one bedroom, one bath is 2 cars. 2 bedroom, 2 bath, 4 cars. So you're looking over 366 additional cars with 266 spaces. You couple that with the 165 Eucalyptus project, you're looking 700 cars possibly trying to mitigate over that hill. They can't expand the road. There are no sidewalks. People walk up there. I take that road. If you've been on that road, you know this project is nice, but it's not good for this site. Please do not change the zoning. It's for homes. And you want to talk about affordable homes, make it for kids who are graduating from college. My son had to go up to Marietta. He has a good job. He's a fireman. He can't make it down here. Make it for people. If you want to attract families who will have kids, that's our future. That is Vista's future. These poor kids who can't afford, they're busting it out, trying to get their education. They graduate, they can't afford a home. Just think about it. You talk about the fire. Can you imagine a fire evacuation? I've been in 3. No one is getting out. Please think about it. Thank you.
Lisa Moak, followed by Sid Rothenberg, followed by Rachel Beld.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. My husband and I live within a half mile of the project site, and we walk our dogs in the area. And out of respect for the surrounding neighbors, my question is, what level of assurance are you giving that the open space will remain open space? I understand that the frontage is going to be, there's no access onto part of the site. My question is, would that open the door for access from the driveway, the existing driveway, down into the site for future development? So I'm just looking for some level of insurance that either a new condition has been added since Planning Commission, something that gives the adjacent property owners that level of assurance that the selling point of the project, which is open space, will remain open. Thank you.
Sid Rothenberg, followed by Rachel Beld, followed by Christine Reese. Would you please come down and be ready to speak?
Good evening again. I remain unequivocally opposed to the Kenshaw project. It is not fitting addition to the Lotto de Loma neighborhood. Just this morning, I saw a red-shouldered hawk, a sensitive species, in the area on the property. It is just one factor of the vegetation, wildlife, and birds that will be mitigated away from the property, along with the old coast live oaks and the willows. They will all be cut down and scraped over to level and accommodate this massive development project. I walked it. I know where those trees are. The buildings are in the same place. They will, even the developer's report acknowledges that the mitigated land on which he is required to plant tree replacements will not sustain vegetation, wildlife, or birds. The report lists 7 categories of construction that will total 27.5 months if there are no delays to complete the project. The report acknowledges that the noise level will be above the city code during the 2 years of construction. The standardized study anticipates that the decibel level will revert to within the city code upon completion. However, the curves and elevation of this property render it a natural amphitheater. As such, it creates an echo tunnel opposite the Paseo Artist Village apartments across the Sprinter tracks. Today, the Sprinter noise and the barking dogs echoed off the building. This noise level will become magnified through the man-made echo tunnel with which the Sprinter will pass after the Kenshaw buildings are completed. A table of annual operational CO2 emissions after completion of the Kenshaw building totaled 963 metric tons from 7 different sources. The standard level of service traffic study lists Lotto de Loma and Guajome Street as a 2-lane semi-rural roadway just because there are no sidewalks, and are rated to carry 7,900 car passes a day. As soon as the developer installs the sidewalks required by the city, these roadways will be classified as a 2-lane collector roadway and rated to carry 8,800 car passes per day, but the width and character of the roadways will not be changed. The project report expects there will be 1,110 daily car passes from the project. Add that to the roughly 5,000 to 6,000 a day currently, and that you quickly have 8,800. In one of the agenda documents tonight is a phrase, "Good decisions do not always result in good outcomes." This may be one of them. We have the opportunity tonight to reconsider your choices and to do something that will benefit the citizens of Vista for centuries and come to leave a healthy quality of life legacy by purchasing the land back from the
Rachel Beld, followed by Christine Reese, and we'll go to Will Moore on Zoom.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. My name is Rachel Beld. I'm the President and CEO of the Vista Chamber of Commerce. I'm here tonight to speak in support of the Kenshaw project on behalf of myself and the Chamber. We are at a critical need for housing. We need additional housing in our community. This parcel has been zoned for single-family homes for a number of years without any result. If single-family homes were going to be built there, they probably already would have been. This project provides an additional 183 units to our community. Our businesses need access to talent. Providing additional housing means that more people can live and work in our community. Our businesses need customers. This project provides additional residents the opportunity to live and shop and dine in a walkable distance from our downtown, a downtown that this council has invested significantly in. This project is beautiful. It provides unique architecture, lush landscape, and open spaces, and cool amenities that add to the quality of life. Lastly, something is going to go in this space at some point, and I believe this is the right project by the right developer. Lev and his team have proven to be innovative, thoughtful, and collaborative, and I encourage you to vote yes tonight. And taking off my chamber hat and putting on my resident hat, I'd like to say that I also think that Tidelines projects that they've done within the city of Vista are quite nice, and I actually enjoy the 4-foot mural that's on South Santa Fe. Thank you.
Christine Reese.
Good evening, council members, mayor. Thank you for the opportunity to present. First of all, thank you to the city for doing such an extensive analysis of the project and making that information available. It's so wonderful to have that information. And thank you to this group of individuals, both the council and the community members who come here and who are polite and cordial. I appreciate the opportunity to share in the process of democracy. I am against this proposal, and I'll briefly explain why. My neighbors have articulated already very clearly important considerations, including increased traffic, the impact of climate change on the proposed site, the unpredictable nature of the location being on a slope, and the extreme danger of fire evacuation. What I would like to call out is that the framework that we're using to make decisions right now for new building is a framework that was established some years in the past because of the process that we use to have a city plan. Just the process, just the way it works. So I, as a consumer, I, as a resident here, when I overlay that with the fact that we know and we have data that's been delivered to our city to show that transportation is causing, what is it, about 50% of the emissions that helping us, preventing us from achieving our goals to reduce climate change. So not only is the traffic consideration an impact for the quality of life that we have here, and that's significant. We've all seen how much traffic we're dealing with right now. But we don't have a cap to make informed consent decisions around for this type of project, which is going to bring 166 new parking spaces, no, 266 new parking spaces. So I would like to see us pause and say to ourselves, what can we do to bring affordable housing, not decrease the quality of life by increasing traffic, and take into consideration that data in 2023 tells us that we have to be much more aggressive in our actions to keep cars off the street in Vista so that we can meet our goals to reduce greenhouse emissions. Not an easy problem to solve, but I would like to ask us to pause. Thank you.
Will Moore on Zoom.
Hi, my name is Will Moore. I am Policy Counsel for Circulate San Diego, whose mission is to create excellent mobility choices and vibrant, healthy neighborhoods. I'm happy to announce that the Kensho project has been awarded Circulate's sought-after mobility certification. Each applicant for mobility certification is evaluated by the Mobility Certification Committee, an independent volunteer committee with expertise in the areas of development, active transportation, and neighborhood design. The panel independently evaluates each project on the basis of objective application criteria, which can be found at circulatesd.org/certified. By recognizing and supporting projects which meet the Circulate Mobility Certification criteria, we can help create complete communities one project at a time. The Circulate Mobility Certification panel evaluated the Kensho project and determined that it meets our objective criteria for sustainable growth project in the San Diego region. There are several highlights that the panel felt particularly compelling. First, the Kincho project takes advantage of recent investments by the City of Vista to improve walkability and multimodal transportation, including traffic calming designs along South Santa Fe Avenue from the project to the Vista Transit Center, about half a mile away. The Kincho project takes advantage of existing and planned bicycle infrastructure lying directly next to the future inland rail trail, which is a proposed 21-mile Class 1 bike facility. The Kincho project is also has going for it. It's accessible to excellent transit options. There are 2 high-performing transit centers within half a mile of the project, with 7 breeze lines as well as the Sprinter train. And it's within, as importantly as anything else, within walking and biking distance of downtown Vista, which is a very short distance away. Putting it very squarely among some excellent amenities, arts, restaurants, and the like. And finally, the streets, the project requires the creation of very little new traffic generating street infrastructure. As we are now aware in 2023, roads make traffic, and the less we have to do of that by placing our families near our amenities, the better off we are all getting out of the traffic. So for these reasons and more, after careful review by Circulate's Independent Review Committee, the Kincho project has earned the Circulate Mobility certification. And I thank you very much, City Council, for your time.
Okay, and that'll bring us to the close of opportunity for public comments on this agenda item. And we'll go to Councilmember Melendez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you to our staff and to the applicant and to all the members of the public who have participated in this discussion. I have a couple of questions for both you, Patsy, and Lev and your team. So if you guys want to, pass them back and forth and cover them, as best you can, that would be awesome. I really like the look of the project. Generally, I think it is very aesthetic for a more dense development, and I appreciate that. I was wondering if we had any requirements for landscaping that would even come close to the 52% coverage of landscaping that this project has. I don't think we're allowed to require such an extent of landscaping. Is that right?
The code's calling basically for 10%. So they're going above and beyond if we're just thinking numbers right now at 52% versus the 10 that's required.
Okay. And is that 10 that's required, is that a standard that we set, or is that the state of California?
That's part of the downtown specific plan. It's in our development regulations, basically.
Okay. Any kind of issues with increasing that requirement? This is maybe more of a kind of different conversation, but is that something that we could do?
Most definitely, if the council chooses to revisit some of these requirements, whether it's in the specific plan in the downtown or citywide landscape manual, that's obviously something that can be considered.
Okay, and I understand that there may be some requirements that if we try to put them on a developer, they might not be able to be legally enforced, or is there any information you can provide for us there?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question? I'm not sure if I understood it.
If we were to set a 50% landscaping requirement for properties over a certain density, would that be something that you see as being feasible to do, or is it something that would be prohibited?
I think depending on the site, on a case-by-case basis, a lot of these infill development projects obviously have more topography, more issues that would be, might prevent achieving some of these higher densities, if percentage-wise, I should say, if the council were to increase the percentage of required landscaping, like in terms of like 50% or a higher number. So there probably should be some caution as to, what the number should be at that point, only because the leftover pieces of land have to tend to have the most difficulty as far as the topography, and sometimes not fully achievable.
Okay. No, that's helpful. Thank you. Just a little background for me for future. And then in the downtown specific plan, it's the 10%. They're going above and beyond. And then are there any particular color schemes that are required So in terms of like aesthetics for the buildings in the downtown specific plan?
We try not to get too much into the details of that to allow for creativity and for on a case-by-case basis, depending on the location and what fits in that particular location. So not necessarily, not in terms of a color palette. I mean, we do try to obviously encourage the use of certain colors, whether it's earth tones, in the process of reviewing the project, and minimizing use of too dramatic, primary colors, for instance, which could work sometimes, but it all depends on the location.
Right, okay, but we don't have anything that's specified in this specific plan that it has to be a certain color. I do see some like contiguous themes, right? We see a lot of that avocado green. I think that white looks really nice. And so there are some, I think, natural kind of organic ways that the aesthetics come together. But I just wanted to know that information. And when it comes to the units, so it's 183 units, and how I wasn't able to find this readily available. Or could you clarify that it would be, if it were previously medium high density residential, would that be what we're looking to change it to, or would that be the original?
The medium density and the medium high density at 10 and 15 dwelling units per acre, it's what is currently designated at right now.
Okay, and how many housing units would be allowed at the maximum amount if we were to keep the zoning now?
So if we're looking at, well, right now it's, the majority of the site is within the Pheasant Hill specific plan, which basically got approved last time when the council looked at it for the 24 homes. And there is a portion of the project site, which is at 446 Lago de Loma, that's actually zoned for, it's R1B basically. So it's a single family residential zone. So it'll be one dwelling unit on that site.
Okay, so for the whole entire parcel that's being considered in this public hearing, the maximum number of homes that would be able to be developed there with the current zoning is 25.
Essentially, yep.
And this project with the zone change would create 183 homes. Okay. My other question, I think this is more so for the council and for the community as we are in the process of updating our general plan, and we are reviewing this project before us tonight, is where does downtown start? I think that's a really important question. I live really close to downtown. I live near the Vista Transit Center, and I can walk to downtown. I think some of my neighbors and I identify as living in downtown area, but there's not a lot of strong neighborhood identity in Vista. I think we do see some prominent neighborhoods where there's a strong identity, but in general, I think that we need to answer that question a little bit more. Where does downtown start? And that is going to help us inform what is considered part of the downtown specific plan. So I'm kind of open to community dialogue about that. Other questions would be with utility waiver and infrastructure in the area and parking. What is the current speed in the area that's anticipated to have the highest increase in traffic volumes?
On Lago de Loma, left me.
We have
I
our
don't know if
traffic engineer here. I'm not smart enough to answer that, and he may have a specific answer if that's what you're looking for.
Sure. City manager might also know the speed. If you'd like to speak to that, thank you.
Sorry, not to put you on the spot, Jonathan.
Just curious about speeds because that's a concern with higher volume of cars coming through the neighborhood.
Good evening. So just to clarify, you're asking about what is a posted speed limit on the roadways? So the posted speed limit would be where the majority or essentially all of the traffic would be loaded onto the network would be on Guajome Street, and the posted speed limit is 25 miles per hour.
Okay. Any other adjacent areas that might also take on the volume, right? They initially come onto Guajome, but the surrounding streets are able to identify the speed limits on those?
Correct. Yeah, so Guajome Street is the main roadway where all the traffic would be loaded, which, like I said, it's 25 miles per hour. And then further to the west, it becomes La Loma Drive, and it's also a posted speed limit of 25 miles per hour.
Okay. And then I think, what would be the next connecting point there?
Essentially, traffic would travel to South Santa Fe, and then to the east, and eventually connect to Vista Village Drive, further to the west.
And I think Santa Fe in that area is 25 or 30 at this point.
Actually, I don't have that information right off the top of my head, just because it's not part of the study area.
I believe on the section that's improved with the roundabouts, it's 25.
Okay. All right. Just wanted to know kind of speed with higher volume. So thank you for that. I appreciate that.
No problem.
My next concern is the utility waiver. So I understand the aesthetics of both removing the wires and keeping the wires in this particular situation because you may add more poles overall. What happens if this isn't installed by the developer, the applicant, or a developer, a applicant? Who would be responsible to underground these utility wires if it were to be necessary?
That would fall on the city if we were to collect their in lieu fees.
Okay. Are the in lieu fees that are collected sufficient to cover undergrounding?
As I requested information from our city engineer, he provided a figure as far as per lineal foot plus a contingency. I was informed it would be $885 per lineal foot plus 30%. However, to your question, Councilmember Melendez, I don't know if that covers the cost at that particular location. I think that's a rate that they charge when the in lieu fee is being considered.
Okay, and is that in lieu fee rate consistent? Is it something we can change now? How does that fee get set?
I don't have the answer to that. That would be a question for the city engineer.
Okay.
That fee is set by an estimate of the average cost of undergrounding on a frontage of a property. So it's dependent upon linear footage cost to bury the line to a certain depth, put them in a conduit, and connect them to the next pole. So it's average cost.
Okay, and so assuming it's average cost, we're expecting it to at least mostly cover. Would that be accurate?
It's average cost plus 30%. So we're confident that it would cover the cost to underground the utilities if the city had to do it in the future.
Awesome. And then how long in the future might we have to do that with the cost potentially going up?
There's no telling how long it would take us. We have no plan at this point to underground utilities within the city because we have way too many other priorities to spend our money on. But if the council wants to start looking at undergrounding utilities, we can. We used to collect money from SDG&E to do that. A few years ago, they stopped giving us money. So unless we set aside our own funding, we would need to amass funding. Now, we do have some in lieu funding that we've collected from projects, but it's a small amount, so we could do small areas at a time.
Okay, and the in lieu fees that we collect can be used anywhere in the city for undergrounding.
Yes.
So my concerns with undergrounding the wires are safety, number one, but I think generally, and I was speaking about this with the city manager in preparation for this meeting, generally the reason why we underground is mostly for aesthetics. And, I want to make sure that we are taking care of the safety side of things, but if it's primarily a matter of aesthetics, then I'm mostly supportive, but I just want to make sure that we would be able to cover the cost if we needed to do it in the future for some sort of safety reason, some sort of environmental reason. So it sounds like we would, in general, have it covered. So I appreciate all of that information. It helps me with making my decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate the work of staff. Appreciate the presentation this evening. I will just start with in lieu fees. I am in the same camp as Councilmember Melendez. I did have a question though, and that is, I know that we have an infrastructure package. Are we aware of any grants that might be available for undergrounding of wires? I know it's been a big push by our congressman. Have we looked into any of those for specific areas in Vista?
I'm sorry, but I do not have information on that. That would be a question more directed towards the engineering department.
Okay. I'm going to lean on our city manager for this next question. So I believe if my math is correct, it'd be $520,000 in lieu fees. That would cover the cost in today's money, but we may not do it for 2, 3, 4, 10 years down the road. So those costs could go up substantially, as I would assume.
Correct. That's the purpose for the 30% markup that we provide.
And
unfortunately, to answer your prior question, there are very few grants that pay for undergrounding utilities.
Yeah. And so unfortunately, that is why I'm in support of the in lieu fees, because there is a point in time when we may have to underground all of these wires. And aside from the aesthetics, I do agree that it's a safety issue. And when those wires get knocked down, they can cause fires. There's a whole lot of different things that can happen. So I would be there with that. But I did have a quick question for you. So I know that you had done a lot of work over the last 2.5 years, town halls and everything else. It looks like you did a lot of community feedback in as far as trying to implement the changes that they asked for. I did not see a lot of supporters, so I just wanted to see what the initial, or not initial, I wanted to know what the feedback was from your supporters, and not to put you on the spot, but where are they?
Yeah, no, that's a fair question. Supporters are a little harder to show up after work instead of being with family because they're less passionate about the imposition. I could tell you that we've met with our most immediate neighbors, Christopher Sims, Haley and Austin. I don't know if they're here today. Oh, hey, Haley. So we've addressed the concerns around privacy and safety. We have 11 members of the community and neighbors that do support the project. The biggest concern was the intensity of the project and the height. We've worked very closely with our civil engineer, who's here, Ms. Will, to understand the soils, the type of conditions that we have, and make sure that we can tuck the buildings into the side of the hill.
Yeah. And to go off the soil comment, I know it was mentioned that there was a landslide at another property. The amount of landscaping you're doing, do you feel that that might offset any soil composition issues or failures on a hill adjacent to your property?
Yeah, that's a great question. We have our landscape architect to answer that, but I could probably assume that yes, roots will help. And I do know for a fact that we do actually have some challenging granitic soils that are actually pretty darn tough. So they're probably not going anywhere.
Yeah.
Do you want to?
I'll have the expert answer though.
Yeah, thanks, Lev. Hi, council members and mayor. I'm Todd Scheckinger, landscape architect with Schmidt Design Group. So with the hillside, we're intending on completely planting the hillside with a combination of 1s, 5s, 15 gallons, 24-inch box trees, 36-inch specimen trees in specific locations to help soften the project, but particularly pertain to soil erosion. We're adding a lot of plant material on the hillside with many different types of trees and species, a lot of them native, to try and strengthen the slope as much as possible. So we think that coming in with the plan that we have will significantly help with any soil erosion in the future.
Wonderful. Appreciate that. Another question I have is security for the site. So you have a lot of open land space. I know that issues I've had in my district have been surrounded by security of people either coming into neighborhoods where they don't belong or they've hopped fences. And I've had people throwing beer bottles into pools, washing their clothes in pools. So I just wondered if you have any plans to offset or just take care of that.
Yeah, we are planning for a fence continuously around the property. We will have a controlled access from Guajome. So we think that will mitigate those concerns. Also, a lot of the amenities are pulled from the property edge. So hopefully that will prevent some of those immediate concerns.
Awesome. Parking lot, EV chargers. How many are we looking at?
we plumbed, I think it was 26, we were plumbing, having infrastructure ready for it. So once they're ready to be used, they just plug it in and go. So
And is there any anticipation for solar or anything like that to go onto the project?
yes, there will be a requirement just based on the California Building Code, the energy requirements, there will be a requirement for solar.
We're gonna have a good conversation about that later tonight. So let's see if I had any other questions. I mean, I read through the report. I saw that our first responders, both deputies as well as fire, have signed off and they're in support of this and the current design. I was curious about the smaller square footage on the apartments. I was just wondering if that was because you had to lower the height of the building or what the reason for that was.
Partially, yeah, partially was, fitting the amount of units and the reduced square footage. Also, they're just efficient units. We're looking at, creating more affordable units, so that means smaller square footages, square foot per cost. So there have been very efficient units, micro units with open kitchens, and so Lev can talk to you about the renting of those, but they're becoming very popular for other projects in other cities as well.
And I noticed, I think it was about roughly 13% affordable units on this.
Yes, 13% are deed restricted, and we estimate we'll probably get another 10 or so naturally occurring moderate income.
Wonderful. I appreciate you doing that because I know that the current requirement is 9% here in Vista, so you went above and beyond. I appreciate all the hard work. I want to, in respect to the neighbors that came out in opposition, I do genuinely hear your concerns. I'm going through a similar situation in my district with a project that is proposed, so I can't talk a whole lot about it here at the moment, but 183 units in this area, close to transit, close to downtown, close to businesses that need it. I don't want to see any more storefronts. I'm tired of hearing stories of individuals that make so much money but still can't afford to live in Vista. And this provides a great opportunity to strengthen our business community, strengthen our housing stock. And I believe that you've taken the necessary precautions for traffic, and no one wants to see more traffic in their neighborhood, so I sympathize with that as well. But I am supportive of this current program or this current proposal, so long as the in lieu fees are included. And I don't know if a motion has been made, and I will not make it if it hasn't been. I'll save that for the council member who represents the district. But I appreciate your time tonight and appreciate the presentation.
I too want to thank the public for coming out and for always coming out. I know that this has been a process and there hasn't been a lot of support. Although I hear your calls for opposition, it is essential that we build the type of housing that we need here in the city of Vista. Just next to where I live, I've had 315 units go up. There's another by right multifamily housing that's going to go up. And we really need to look, as this project is looking, at infill development. I have sat up here and voted against a lot of developments, a lot, because they are sprawl developments. And there is no way for us to actually support those types of sprawl developments. The amount of property tax that we receive in development impact fees is not enough to support a lifetime of providing services to those neighborhoods. However, this is a completely different model, which is why I see that Circulate San Diego is supportive of it. We have what's going to be the Inland Rail Trail passing through. That is slated, I believe, to be completed in 2026. Hopefully that happens, yeah. Sometimes with these projects, it's already been, more than 20 years in the making. So I'm really excited, though, to see that we are trying to activate our downtown in different ways. With the current zoning that we have, there would be 25 single-family homes. Looking at this change in zoning, which is contiguous with the downtown and how we want to support our downtown businesses, we are able to get 24 units that are deed restricted affordable, meaning that helps stabilize the rent for folks. Now, I'm actually in favor for project like this in a location like this for less parking and increased amount of affordable housing. So I just, would love to see more affordable housing in the city of Vista. We absolutely need it. Our firefighters, our teachers, our service workers, people cannot afford to live here. You know what causes traffic? People that have to cut through Vista because they live in Temecula, because they live in Fallbrook, because they can't live here. And they use our city as a cut through. And for too long, we have been accommodating that cut through traffic with ever wider roads, which has created a significant public safety issue here in the city of Vista. So I really hear from folks that have environmental and climate concerns, folks that don't want to see this type of density in their backyard. I totally understand it. I understand where you're coming from. But I also want to ensure that we have smart growth in this community. And you have to admit, it's right here in the downtown. I think it's a great question that Councilmember Melendez posed. Where does our downtown start? This project is part of the downtown. And our businesses will suffer if we cannot get more foot traffic. A lot of folks that are going to be new neighbors if this development comes to fruition are going to be able to walk to their nearest business. Now, I wish that we wouldn't have lost that Vons. We really need to have some other kind of grocery amenity closer by, because the closest thing is Fraser Farms, right? So that's something that's outside of the city's control. But I really hope that someone hears, hey, we need a grocery store, and they come in and they provide it for us. But when the sidewalk is completed, when the inland rail trail is completed, folks potentially could ride an e-bike and get to Fraser Farms a lot sooner. So, we really need to consider projects that help revitalize areas of our community and help make the dreams of our small businesses come true, our business owners that have put a lot of their own personal savings and labor and sweat equity into starting a business, opening a business, and maintaining a business. That's not an easy cycle. Now, the 52% landscaping is phenomenal. And this is something, that I've been harping on Lev and his team, that we absolutely need to have more large trees for shade, for habitat. So I think the landscaping percentage is, I don't know of another project that is at 52%. Do we have any other projects that have 52% landscaping?
Not in the recent past, no.
All right. Yeah. I mean, I wish there would have been 52% landscaping at Persea. That's right next to my house. And, I've said enough about that, but it could have been a great way to get more shade for my community. About the utility waiver, I really don't like being nice to developers at all. And I think people that have seen me up here have seen me grill developers and vote against a lot of projects because I don't think that they just didn't have the type of public benefit. But I really do see a lot of benefit in this project. And I also think that you made a very convincing case about why it might not be attractive to underground here. So I am in favor of making a consideration for in lieu fees versus needing to do the undergrounding in this location. And I think it really is important for us to start inquiring with our elected officials at different government levels to see what kind of funding there is available to do undergrounding, because there are certain areas, especially closer to where the Lilac fire, thankfully the winds changed, but on that side, I really think that we need to start looking at how we can leverage any of the funds that we have in the in lieu fee fund to see what we can do and have like a higher risk assessment of which lines need to be undergrounded first. That is a public safety concern. And you said that it was like a granite type of soil. Is it decomposing granite, or is it just like solid granite?
I'm not a geologist, but it's called tonalite, and it's basically compressed, very dense soil that is hard to excavate.
Okay.
That's why Will's here. Formational rock. Thanks, Will.
Okay, formational rock. That sounds pretty sturdy. You know, I remember back in fifth grade camp when they used to have fifth grade camp, and I went to Palomar, and they said, you know, they built this giant telescope there because it is a granite hill and it will not go. It's a granite mountain and it's not going to go anywhere. So I think along with the landscaping and some of these bigger trees, even if they're little baby trees right now, they're going to grow. I think it would provide stability. We're not seeing a project that has a lot of heavy infrastructure on the top part. It's mostly focused on the lower level. Yeah, and I mean, just for me, if there could even be less parking and more affordable units, I would love to see a revised proposal that brings more affordable units to Vista, because unfortunately, you know, redevelopment isn't here anymore. We as a council really don't have a lot of tools to build affordable housing. So we have to rely on developers to be able to bring that to our community. And I think, you know, this is 24 units that are going to be affordable, spread over different sizes from studios, 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom. I think that's critical. So that's all for me at this time. And I think the project has really formed into a good project. And it's the type of infill that we hope to see here in the city. And as Patsy said, the infill, there's a reason why it hasn't really been, you know, a lot of projects haven't been built on this infill. It is extremely challenging. And, you know, even with Found Lofts, that, you know, was slightly challenging. So I look forward to hearing the rest of the comments from my council. Thanks.
Thank you so much, and thank you so much, Council, for all your comments. You did answer lots of my questions, so I appreciate that. A few things that I wanted to speak about. Number one, Councilmember O'Donnell hit on it a little bit. When it comes to security, every couple days a week, our teams go out with our community improvement team, and we address unsheltered issues within our community. And we've been finding a lot of our unsheltered population is going onto private property that we're having to get no trespass orders, and they're repeatedly going back there and disturbing neighbors, surrounding neighbors. Having 52% landscape is amazing, as we've all spoke about, but it also provides a lot of shelter, a lot of shade, and a lot of areas for unsheltered residents per se to do things they shouldn't be doing in that area, which could also have an above ground wires and things could help lead to that fire hazard. So I want to make sure that the fencing that is around the the property, the project, is very hard to traverse, okay? So high wrought iron fences that are hard to scale. I'm also wondering from a lighting perspective, I don't want to have a light pollution instance where we're affecting the neighboring properties from lights going into their windows, but I also don't want to create a habitat conducive of problems and crime for this community, okay? I would almost suggest if you have 183 units, I don't know what your monthly cost is going to be, but is there going to be any type of on-site security that's going to be able to patrol the community? And I don't know what type of apartment complexes we typically have here that have this many units and what type of security requirements they have. But I really feel like from a security standpoint, that's where I want to focus, because this is a big impact. We've all talked about the traffic, but having all of that land, all of that fenced in space is definitely going to be attractive to, people who don't want to be seen and want to go hide. So I want to make sure that there's regular, policing per se or security checks on that hill so that it is conducive for your neighbors to use, because having exterior pools and cold plunges and spas and things are things that people may go use. So I love the amenities. I love having extra amenities. It looks like you might even have a little pond there with a waterfall in the back or something like that. Again, make sure you have good security. So I think just saying that we're gonna, I don't know what you said you were doing for security, but I think actually having somebody, like go up and down, an actual security company would be great for whoever the management company is that runs this. So please know that. I think it'd be a huge benefit. Also, this is in my district, and we did just speak about traffic calming measures for Lado de Loma. It is no secret that Lado de Loma is a cut through. You take Lado de Loma to Guajome and it hits Santa Fe, and you are able to avoid the cursed stoplight at Vista Village Drive in South Santa Fe if you're trying to get to the other side of town. Additionally, there are no sidewalks on that road. I love the fact that you're going to be taking sidewalks all the way down to Eddy Drive. For those of you who don't know where Eddy Drive is, it's actually the last street right before the sidewalk kind of starts again and goes right to Crunch Fitness. So for those of you who've been walking your dogs in the middle of the road and dodging fast-moving vehicles, we will now be having speed humps go on that road to help calm the traffic, as well as sidewalks on the road so that you can actually walk down it. And stuff like that doesn't happen without a developer coming in and paying for it. The 25 units that we spoke about before would have access at Lado de Loma, access down here, and virtually no road improvements. So having you guys do those traffic improvements are a really good thing. Now, in the presentation, you said none of these intersections are going to be at a failing level, Ms. Chow. Are they just above failing level, or where are they actually rated when this project comes in? Or do you not know that yet?
The LTS actually identifies the intersections in specifics on that, but general conclusion is that none of them will be adversely impacted.
Okay. So they'll stay at the same servicing level that they are. There was also questions posed by residents that didn't mention it tonight about line of sight. There's poles up, okay, overhead poles, and whether you take them down or do in lieu fees, you have line of sight issues with exiting your project. Have you guys taken all that into consideration where, I'm sure you had the traffic engineer who's smarter than us, there's a pole right there on the other side of the railroad tracks. What does that do for people entering and exiting your property right there?
It's a great question, Joe.
You'll find out.
Well, I don't know if Jonathan wants to get on the spot again, but I could tell you that the traffic study was done to an extent to make sure that ingress and egress from the property is accurately accounted for.
Okay.
I know civil plans were also carefully studied relating to the crossing and the ingress into the property and make sure we had enough queuing distance from the tracks. So specific technical answer I can't give you one. I could call up one of the folks on our team to try
It's
to
okay.
answer
I just
it,
want to
but
make sure
know-
that it's something that's noticed, because
Yes.
if you were to underground that particular pole, I know you're adding poles, but moving that particular pole does help with line of sight. So I don't know, the tension poles you guys were talking about were on the back side of the hill there, and that pole is right smack dab in the middle of Guajome right there. So yeah, you're putting new ones in the back, but you are getting rid of a real ugly pole right there in the middle. That kind of affects your ingress and egress into your project. What my understanding is, in speaking with our city manager, is that we have a parking lot over there that we're possibly going to be putting in at some point anyways, where we may need to underground some utilities as well. So by taking the in lieu fees, it can help with the burden of the community of having to stop traffic several times to underground a bunch of different utilities. So by taking this funds and then using our funds when we actually build the parking lot and underground everything, it can be a less impact on the community. So I am okay with the in lieu fees, but my biggest concern I think was addressed as well by the 30% over what's normal. The one thing that is different here is that we're working under railroad tracks. And when you say in lieu fees, you're just basically saying, hey, a typical in lieu fee on a road that's a frontage road, this is the normal cost. what type of additional costs are incurred when we have to go under railroad tracks? Because are there additional engineering concerns? Are there additional stability concerns? Are there additional liabilities? You talk about running a Sprinter up and down that track every 30 minutes or every 15 minutes. I'm assuming if Lev messes that up, it's a huge liability for him. Do we want to take that liability on as the city? Or is that something we work with NCTD on to alleviate the city of that liability?
We'd have to go through the same process that the developer would have to go through to put the lines underground. We'd have to trench on either side of the tracks and tunnel under the tracks to put the utilities under the tracks.
Obviously, that's a more extensive cost than just putting utilities under a curb without railroad tracks. You priced out there in lieu fees, putting them under a curb without railroad tracks. Am I correct in thinking that?
We priced them out on an average of just cut and cover, correct?
Yeah, so is there, sorry, I just wanted to check. Sorry, Lev. But I would assume from a cut and cover standpoint, it's more than just a cut and cover. It's a cut and dig and restabilize and deal with North County Transit District. So I don't know. I'm assuming you guys have got estimates on what that cost would be, which is probably why you're asking for in lieu fees. Maybe you haven't looked at it at all, but do you know roughly what the additional cost would be to go under a railroad track? Because as a developer, I wouldn't want to mess with that.
Yeah, I mean, right?
Yeah, right.
So the answer to that is the main driver for this is a practical matter of the amount of poles that you actually end up with.
Gotcha.
And the net effect is you end up with more poles. But your question is valid. The issue is a private party to take the liability of dealing with a tunneling under train tracks of public transit is a hard to come by a contractor for a private developer that's willing to do that. City of Oceanside did a number of crossings, and as an agency, they're better suited to take on that kind of execution and construction.
It makes more sense to me as well. And it was kind of a loaded question, frankly, because I don't know how many railroad tracks you've dug under and done tension poles and things, but I'm assuming municipalities have done them several times. So I was kind of looking at, hey, number one, what's the cost? Number two, are we getting enough money to do it? And number three, is it something that we're actually going to do eventually anyways? Because your point is mute about the extra poles. Like eventually, I'm going to have extra poles there anyways because I am going to underground all of the lines in the city. And if that's the way to do it, eventually it's going to be done. So those tension poles are going to eventually be put up. My sale to not do it right now is number one, I like the responsibility on the municipality. I think we can probably work with NCTD better than you. And also the fact that we're going to be doing more in downtown that require additional undergrounding. So I feel like we'd be putting our residents out more so if we made you do it and then we also did it. So that's why I'm for it. So on-site security is a thing. I love the sidewalks ran down there. Your question about the general plan update, we're still working on, won't be done until the end of next year, I think. But the question of where does downtown end, I absolutely agree. I mean, Mercantile to have housing right there, I would feel like I live in the heart of downtown, being able to walk down. And I assume the 508 Tavern and the, Mariscos Pacificos and Jackson's and all those restaurants down there are going to be real happy. And who knows, maybe having additional incomes and residents down here will attract another grocery store because there's more people living here who need to shop. So I definitely appreciate that. One question that I had is, why is the designation of the road being changed, and is that something that is required for this project as well? One of the residents said it was initially a residential rural road, and now it's becoming like a community connector where it adds, I just wrote it down, 8,800 trips per day or something like that. It switches the road designation from a rural road to a community connector. Is that a thing, or?
I'm not familiar with that being
Traffic
the case.
engineer coming up. Look at that guy. How you doing? Nice plaid shirt.
Thank you. Good evening again. So yes, to answer your question and to be very clear about this, so with the implementation of the sidewalks, that does not necessarily in it and by itself change the classification. What is analyzed and what is documented in the traffic study is that under near-term with project conditions, which is when the implementation of the sidewalks would take place, the classification of the roadway remains as a semi-rural collector, which is essentially the existing capacity, the same existing characteristics of it. What the resident mentioned earlier about the increase in capacity that is identified in the Horizon Year 2030 scenario of the traffic study, which does change the classification of it, but it does so not necessarily because of the implementation of the sidewalks, but because that's how that roadway, Wahome Street / Loma, Lado de Loma Drive is identified in the City of Vista's general plan.
Okay. And as long as I have you up here, Mr. Traffic Engineer, we have several roads throughout the City of Vista where bikers are allowed to use the whole road. We actually received a grant for it, took away parking on Civic Center Drive. Still a little bitter about that. But my question for you is, if we were to make Lado de Loma the whole road okay, because there's no bike lane, right? I mean, there's no real room for bike lane. If we were to make Lado de Loma like the whole road okay for biking, cyclists, because I believe we're probably gonna have protected bike lanes off of Vista Village Drive and all of our arterial roads there. May as well make that with the speed humps. Would that affect the drivability of the road or anything like that from a traffic engineering standpoint? Just saying, hey, bikes can take up the whole road, or would you think it would affect anything in your opinion?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, what you're referring to is identified as a Class 3 bike route.
That's what I was
if
going
we're
to say.
with
I was
the
going to turn into a
technicality.
Class 3 bike route. Yeah.
Right, correct. And
Okay.
no, that does not affect the capacity of our roadway at all.
Okay, thank you so much. Greatly appreciated. So I love the mobility aspect and that we got the mobility approval. Lev, you kind of checked all boxes on this one. You said, hey, what can I do to really go above and beyond? Can I get more land use? Can I do more affordable? Can I, make it more active transit? I mean, you really did a whole lot on this in order to make it palatable for the community. At the end of the day, we had 9 speakers, 4 no's, 5 yeses, believe it or not. So you had the majority of the people who spoke give you the votes. But at the end of the day, I do think this is a good project, and this is why we do early design review. This is 2.5 years in the making. That ugly Minecraft-looking square building will never be built in my city as long as I have anything to say about it. It's so ugly, bro. So I really appreciate you doing more. I appreciate you working with the neighbors. If I lived at the top of that hill, I wouldn't want to look at the top of your ugly building either. So I appreciate you taking it down a story, putting more ground cover. I would like to throw... the Planning Commission said they wanted more mature trees on one of their recommendations, and I was wondering if that's something as the council I'm allowed to overlay. I know that my landscaping guy said I got 25-gallon buckets and 45, whatever, how big your buckets are. Lev, with the additional landscaping, does that hurt you much if I say I want more mature trees on there per the Planning Commission's recommendation?
We love trees. That's why there's 50%.
I like green too. It's my last name. So.
Yeah, that's true. We've met with Haley and Austin. They're the most impacted neighbors. We were the most sensitive to their issues, and we've actually had the landscaping design team come through and upgrade some of these trees. We have that exhibit here if you'd like to take a look.
I don't want to take it. I'm happy to know that you've done it. Haley, a simple nod of your head. You believe they've done it as well? Okay, Haley's the neighbor who lives close enough. Thank you so much, Haley. All right, let me just make sure that I have no more questions here. Also, it's 530,000, not 520, so his math was wrong. 350 plus 180 and in lieu fees. You don't get 520, it's 530 for your in lieu fees, okay? We need that additional money because the cost of inflation and things like that. The other thing I just wanted to comment on is I love that you put the new Vista sign up there. This is downtown and this is Vista, and a lot of people have really looked at this, and this is Vista, man. So I love that you put this there. With that, I would move to close the public hearing, approve staff's recommendation for approval, add the Planning Commission overlay. I also want to add the condition of a Class C or Class 3 bike route on Lado de Loma, because I want to make sure it's safe to ride your bike and walk down that road. That's it. Thank you. That's my motion.
Councilmember Green, if you could add to the motion, because I'm getting consensus about the undergrounding waiver.
Oh, I sincerely apologize. That's a big deal for you, isn't it, Lev? Yeah, we do. He can't add and I can't remember, so we're good. Together, we'll get it done. In addition to that, I'd like to amend the motion to accept the in lieu fees as opposed to requiring the undergrounding of utilities.
For all the reasons stated by the council and the developer.
Exactly, and the amazing guy who's been undergrounding utilities for 40 years.
I can't remember, but when we did the undergrounding at Palo Vista, does SDG&E, do they charge us and they bring the contractor to do the work? Don't they underground their own lines?
No.
We do
We
it
did
under
the
their
undergrounding
supervision.
with our contractor, did that work.
Very good. I support the in lieu also. I wanted to address specifically some concerns that residents had. Lisa Moak asked about preserving open space and about driveway access. I wanted, Ms. Chow, if you would, if this is accepted, those conditions, the landscape plan as it is proposed and the driveway access would be essentially fixed while this project is permitted. Is that right?
That's correct. The landscape is shown on the exhibit for the landscape plan would be as such as part of the approval. The driveway, as it was mentioned in one of the slides, as far as the exception to allow for that driveway to remain at 446 Lateral de Loma, if that's the wish of the council to be part of the motion as well, so that it's not relinquishing the whole entirety of the Lateral de Loma except for that one driveway.
And the other concern I wanted to raise, Mr. Robbins raised a concern about, how far does a four-story development spread? And I think that's a very good concern. It's one of the things that I've repeatedly spoken about here from the dais and talked to voters about. They do not want to see Vista become a high-density, high-rise, city. And we want to preserve our semi-rural and suburban character. But I will say, and we had the conversation about where does downtown end. We're approximately in the 20th year now of a 20-year vision to rehabilitate Paseo Santa Fe and to try and encourage development and investment to bring people with income, to bring businesses, restaurants, and to try and renovate this specific area. And I do think that because of its specific proximity to Santa Fe and to the Paseo Santa Fe corridor, which we have spent a lot of time in 2 decades trying to rehabilitate, and we all remember what it was 20 years ago and see what it is today. And we see businesses like 508 Tavern and the other restaurants that are, bringing amenities that people want. For that reason, I don't think that this project is out of character with the Paseo Santa Fe and downtown specific plan, but I think that is, for me, that's the limit, are those areas downtown. We didn't have in our presentation here a map of the downtown specific zone that we're bringing this project into so that the residents could see the scope of that as far as the geographic limitations. But for me, that's the limit of where I want to see these taller buildings. They don't make sense in pretty much any other part of the city, but typically cities are a little taller in the central urban core. So, Councilmember Melendez.
Thank you. I agree that denser housing isn't appropriate in certain areas. And, it sounds like since this is in such a close proximity to downtown and those higher density developments, it would make sense to continue the development there, but not necessarily everywhere. I wanted to say, Councilmember Green, that I support what you're saying about the undergrounding under the railroad tracks. And I'm wondering, maybe as a friendly amendment, do you think, and does the council think that we need to increase those in lieu fees with the specific situation related to going underneath the tracks? I think you're bringing up an important point, and I know we're doing the average plus 30%. I just want to make sure, do we feel like that's enough? I'm okay with it. I just wanted to check in about that.
Is that a question for me? Yeah. So I would, I kind of asked the question as far as what the cost was. Does the underground utility specialist have any clue numbers wise? I mean, if you wouldn't mind come up here and maybe address it real quick. And then my next question is, am I allowed to increase that based off of the way they're typically figured?
I don't have any direct numbers for boring the tracks for that number. I will say that the overhead wire size that SDG&E has along Guajome and Lado de Loma is their smallest wire size.
Okay.
So your cost for converting down the road later is going to be less than your average cost.
Okay, so the extra 30% should be adequate.
I would
at
think so,
today's
but-
prices.
Yes.
Okay. All right. I'd be okay with just leaving it as is. Then I don't want to make it too tough on them.
Councilmember Melendez, were you finished? Okay. Deputy Mayor Contreras.
I just wanted to throw some information out there regarding a Class 3 bike lane. It's not the best bike lane. Just as far as safety goes, Class 1 and Class 4 are better bike lanes. So I needed to throw that out there, and maybe if there was a Class 3, shared bike lane, then maybe this is Lado de Loma is a street that we could look at reducing the speed to 20 miles per hour. After January 1st of next year, cities will have a lot more local control over reducing speed limits, and I know we're going to have a community safety action plan. I always forget what it's called, but the Safe Streets for All. So that's my only concern. I love bikes. I love bike lanes, but I just had to throw that out there. And the other thing, just as a point of information, I know that we all want really mature trees. I had a great conversation with someone who was on Time Magazine for all the work that she's doing in Berkeley with pocket forests. And it was eye-opening to hear a stat, which is if you do plant saplings, they actually sequester 5 times more carbon than a mature tree. It would just bug me if I didn't say that. So I have to say that. But yeah, that's it for me. Oh,
I love hearing about saplings, and before I get a second on my motion, I need to re-amend it, actually. So we did add all of those additional comments on there. However, there was one more thing I wanted clarification on before I add this to the motion about the easements, the dedication improvement, condition 4B, all right? And one of the neighbors brought this up as well. We want to relinquish all vehicle rights to the property except for the width of the driveway currently serving the existing residential structure located at 446 Lado de Loma Drive. I am okay with that condition. The question I have, though, is there a way to make, what's the lot size on 446 Lado de Loma Drive? It's not like 10 acres, right?
It is zoned R1B, so the minimum lot size is 6,000 square feet.
Okay, so it's under 10,000 square feet. So that was my thing, is I didn't want to allow access to that lot size if you could build a huge development there, okay? It looks like it's always just going to be an easement overlay for ingress and egress to a single-family residence. And that's all this is going to be. Is that correct?
So Heather Riley.
Hi, Heather Riley.
Hi, I'm Alan Mackins. I'm the Land Use Council on this project.
Okay.
And I actually have a question for you, if I can circle back
Let's
to it
go.
afterwards. But on this one, this was one of the original questions. Condition 4B, we've asked for that so that we have that driveway width access.
Okay.
And it's currently 28 feet wide.
Okay.
So the condition as drafted would say the exception is the width of the existing driveway. So that's the lot, probably to Ms. Chow's comment, is about 6,000 square feet. We were just checking for you, but the driveway width is only 28 feet. So that's the entirety of what would be allowed for access along that route.
Okay, so just the width, and what's the length? I mean, the length of that driveway, does that access your entire property from Lado de Loma all the way down, or just access that little corner to 446, right?
That's a good question.
I know, I'm full of good questions,
Yeah,
right?
I think your point is well taken, Joe. I think you want to make sure that nothing giant ends up
Exactly.
on the corner and we don't get rid of our forest. And I totally respect that. You know, and if I
Fantastic.
get hit by a bus, I want to make sure that doesn't happen either. Right?
Exactly, and if
So-
I'm cutting off access to Lado de Loma,
Yep.
I want to keep it cut off except for to one resident.
Absolutely. So the only thing that we might want to do on that site is we may want to add the allowable ADU. There's already a pad there. We need the housing, and we want that pad there because
I can't deny that, though, per SB 9 and 10, if they want to put an ADU on a residential property, right?
But you can limit access to the property, relinquishing their street access.
Okay, but there's a property there right now.
Correct. There's a boarded up house.
Okay. And, it's a
And
single
if the economics made sense, we're trying to make this project pencil, which is a challenging thing in this environment. If the economics make
So
sense.
you're trying to make the boarded up, ugly single-family residence maybe a new single-family residence with more housing stock?
A beautiful new home, yes.
I think that that is okay. I think that that's a great reason to have, as long as it's an easement for ingress and egress to that property, and that's it. I think that's basically what you're asking for. Am I clear on that, Patsy?
If I heard correctly from the developer, they're just basically renovating the house.
Yeah. And they're going to need access to the house from Lado de Loma Drive.
Just to be honest, there's not much to renovate.
Okay, so building a new home.
Yeah, not on the record.
Replacing.
Renovating is what it's going to be. But go ahead, sir.
I just want to be clear that the access is proposed for a potential ADU, but it could not be extended down into the property to
Exactly.
provide access to the project without
Exactly.
coming back to this body.
Exactly. That's what the request was, correct? I'm not amending that at all. Okay, so I would like to approve the project with that condition. I would also like to approve the in lieu fees for the project. I'd also like to add a class 3 bike lane to Lado de Loma and make sure that all of our traffic mitigation repairs are done prior to, yes. One more question, Ms. Riley.
May I just ask a question? So our very smart traffic engineer tapped me on the shoulder and pointed out that by adding a class 3 bike lane on Lado de Loma,
Go ahead.
your current general plan doesn't call for any class 3s in the area of Guajome, and so you may end up with an inconsistency in your general plan if we require it here.
Well, the thing is that class 3 bike lane going down Lado de Loma Guajome will then hit Paseo Santa Fe. Then guess what? It's going to hit Civic Center Drive, which is a class 3 bike lane, the whole street, baby. So it's going to connect just fine. I don't ride bikes, but I know where they are.
Legal inconsistency, I just, for the disclaimer
Is Paseo
purposes,
Santa Fe.
is pointing it out here.
Got
If
you.
you guys choose to not fix the legal inconsistency now, that's totally fine with
Bike
me.
riders
but
are gonna love
for
us.
All the disclaimer purposes, as the lawyer, I have to just point that out.
I appreciate you, Miss Riley. Are we still okay, Walter? Not doing anything illegal up here? All right. Well, with that, I appreciate all of the council. I appreciate all the comments. Hopefully you understand my motion. Walter, do you want to repeat the motion as stated? No, but everybody understands it? All right. Motion on the floor. I'm going to need a second. Let's move forward.
Are we proposing to take the in lieu fee into the general fund or into the impounded undergrounding fund that we have?
It would go into the undergrounding in lieu account.
Okay. The only additional thing that I would add is that we do identify some project, see if we've got the opportunity to spend this money, because this undergrounding work is getting substantially more expensive. So if, I don't know if we have a place where we can spend it right now.
So we were intending to look at undergrounding the utilities along the Guajome frontage as part of our project to potentially develop a parking lot. So if we move forward with the parking lot, ultimately at the corner of Mercantile and Guajome on the city's property that we own there, we would be responsible for undergrounding utilities along that frontage and could capture this pole at that time and put the lines under the tracks. The work up on Lado de Loma would require a larger undergrounding effort to eliminate the need for all of the tension poles or cross that bridge at that time.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Councilmember O'Donnell?
Thank you again to staff and to Tideline and all your hard work. I would just like to second the motion.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes. Okay, that motion passes unanimously. That'll bring us to our public hearing number 2 this evening, which is regarding tobacco retail license caps, or a cap thereon. We'll open the public hearing now. If any member of the public wishes to speak on this item, they may indicate so by using the raise their hand feature or by pressing *9 or submitting a request to speak card. Speakers will be called upon after the presentation. Our City Attorney, Walter Chung, will provide the staff report.
Thank you, Mayor. So this item is a potential cap on the tobacco retail licenses in the city of Vista. Pursuant to Chapter 3.56 of the Vista Municipal Code, in order to sell tobacco or tobacco-related products in the city, you have to have a tobacco retailer license. In August of this year, the council had a discussion on potentially capping the number of licenses in the city. and a consensus was reached by the council to direct myself and my staff to draft a cap. So before you is an ordinance that would cap the number of tobacco retail licenses in the city to 70. 70, the number was derived because there are 67 active and good standing tobacco retail licenses currently in the city, and there are 3 pending applications in the planning pipeline that would qualify for a tobacco retail license if they applied for it. It just happens that they're not at the point in the application process that they would put an application in for a tobacco retail license. So this potential ordinance in front of you would add a section to the municipal code, 3.56.045, and it would place a cap at 70. It would allow existing businesses that have a tobacco retail license to transfer the license to a potential buyer of the business without reference to the cap. So if all 70 have been issued, an existing retailer could sell their business, and the new applicant would be allowed to apply for the tobacco retail license as long as they are buying the business with that license. Otherwise, anyone that wants a tobacco retail license in the city, once the cap is reached at 70, would be placed on a waiting list. And then once licenses are not renewed or revoked, then at that point, an opening would happen and they could apply for a license. And the application process, even with the cap, would be identical to it is today. So the addition of this municipal code is really just a gatekeeper, just to kind of cap the number. So as long as the cap is below 70, then the process for application is exactly the same as it is today. If the number is 70, then the city would accept no further applications until the number decreases. And with that, the staff's recommendation would be to conduct the public hearing, and then after the public hearing is closed, to introduce and adopt the ordinance adding section 3.56045 to the Vista Municipal Code.
Okay, and we've got 3 members of the public that would like to be heard on this item. So we'll go ahead and start with Joe Hood, followed by Samantha Mendoza, if you would come down and be ready to speak. Samantha. And followed by Alex Carrasco, if you would also come down and be ready to speak.
Good evening one more time. It's hard to argue with what the city attorney just said. However, we all know tobacco products are not cool for health or for the environment. It seems that, to me, that tobacco has few redeeming values, so I would argue for a regulation, a law that provides no more and actually has an opportunity to decrease the number of licenses as they get turned in and no longer are used by whoever has them now. Why do we want 70 of these licenses to contribute to the harms in our community?
Samantha Mendoza, followed by Alex Carrasco.
Esteemed Mayor and City Council, my name is Samantha Mendoza. I am with Vista Community Clinic, and I have worked closely with our advocacy group, Poder Popular. Many of them could not be here tonight, so I am speaking on their behalf. When I mentioned to them that City Council would be discussing putting a cap on how many tobacco retailers will be allowed in Vista, they were overjoyed. All of the Poder Popular members have participated in different projects such as store observations, a postcard campaign, and going to events to educate the public on the harms of tobacco. During the store observations, they collected data on how tobacco is sold in the city of Vista, and they were disturbed by what they found. Many of them also go all around the city cleaning up cigarette butts because they want to beautify their community. They truly have a vested interest in making Vista a better and healthier environment for generations to come. They all appreciate that City Council is considering this item. Thank you for your time.
Alex Carrasco, followed by Judy Strang on Zoom.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Alex Carrasco. I'm with Vista Community Clinic, and I am a State Club facilitator at Vista High School. I am here on behalf of our youth club members who unfortunately could not be here tonight. I want to start off by thanking you for your consideration on capping tobacco retailers within the city. We want to keep our young community members in mind, limiting the exposure of these harmful products. In 2022, the National Youth Tobacco Survey found that more than 3 million middle and high school students currently used any tobacco product, with more than 2.5 million of them using e-cigarettes. Another fact, 1 in every 4 youth use e-cigarettes on a daily basis, and almost 85% of these youth use because of flavors that are offered by these products. As someone who works closely with youth, I can personally say I have seen the increase of e-cigarette use in high schools. And although flavors have been banned in the state in an effort to combat the marketing and appearance towards youth, this policy must be enforced. Please consider the youth of Vista and the experiences of your constituents. Thank you.
Judy Strang, followed by Peggy Walker on Zoom.
Good evening, City Council. Thank you for allowing me to share some thoughts and the thoughts of my family we discussed at Sunday dinner. We support the staff report, and we call attention especially on page 3, something that we in public health are aware well, is that 90% of all smokers begin before the age of 18, and almost no one ever starts after the age of 25. In other words, smoking is definitely a youth epidemic. With that in mind, I'd like to respectfully suggest, much as the first speaker did, that we start at 67 where we are now, that we do not allow for the transfer or sale of a license, and that as there may be attrition, that we flow with it. I don't think at this stage of the game we need to enable tobacco businesses. We know clearly that it's a danger to health and to the environment, and this city doesn't need to be part of that. Thank you.
Peggy Walker.
Yes, good evening. Thank you. I too work in public health, and considering that a healthy community is one without the multitude of health harms associated with commercial tobacco use, I have seen the influence of flavored tobacco products and e-cigs on youth. I've supported tobacco use prevention education for over 30 years and watched this industry come back time and again with new products to entice young users. So that being the case, I applaud this proposal for a tobacco retailer cap, and I support the idea of placing the cap at the current 67 with a decreasing number with attrition, as voiced by a couple of earlier speakers. The idea of a gatekeeper number is good, allowing for that number to decrease. So I hope that you will support this idea of capping it at the 67 and then letting it decrease with attrition. Thank you for letting me voice my concerns.
Councilmember O'Donnell, and we'll close the opportunity for public comment at this time.
Thank you to all the speakers. I want to thank this council as well. I mean, the amount of strides we've taken just in a very short period of time on this issue is nothing short of remarkable. A lot of it is stemmed from the community input that we've received, whether it's VCC, whether it's NAACP Youth, whether it's Vista High or RBV Youth coming out to speak with us. It has been extremely impactful, and we all share our own stories of our experience with either knowing somebody with tobacco issues or whatever it might be. I am okay with the number at 70, and the reason why is, one, because of the mention of what we've done and accomplished in the last 6 months alone. And it's not to say that this can't be changed in the future or whatever might happen. But the other piece of it is decreasing by attrition. I don't want to impair businesses that may want to sell in the future, whatever might happen. I don't want to decrease their value from people that have poured their lives into opening a business and trying to live their own dream. And I'm not saying that I support tobacco use or want to have any more, but that's the reason for why I'm okay with capping it at 70 and not moving backwards. Again, it's something we might be able to revisit in the future. I did have a question, though. I know that the cannabis market is forever evolving, and Vista housing 11 dispensaries here. Will this impact any future licenses? Will it impact any uses for like a lounge, or how might that impact that industry? Would we have to revisit this, rewrite it, or what would the answer be to that?
It shouldn't impact any other uses because this is specific to retailing of tobacco and tobacco paraphernalia. But also, the council always retains jurisdiction and the ability to change this at any time, because this is you are considering changing only the Vista Municipal Code. So, I mean, for example, the number, you could increase or decrease the number at any point. If there is attrition, you could change any of the requirements for wait lists, things like that. So you retain full authority for that. But I don't foresee legally how it would impact any other uses.
And from a legal standpoint for attrition, would that still allow the transfer of the license with the sale? Or is that, if you're going to sell your business, you cannot transfer it, and you would essentially lose it to lower us down to that lower cap?
It wouldn't. If you're going to sell your business, you need to have an active and good standing license with the city, and you're going to transfer that as part, because it's going to be an asset of your business. So if they, by attrition, lose the license for any reason, they don't renew it, they would need to apply anew. So they would need to have the cap be below, the number of available licenses be below the cap.
So if they don't renew it or the business closes for some reason, then that is where the attrition would kick in. It wouldn't be necessarily the sale for the transferability of the license.
Correct. And just for example, between August and today's date, we've lost 2 licenses. Because if you look at your agenda packet for August, the number of active licenses was 69, and today it's 67. So there were 2 businesses that did not renew.
How often does that happen?
Not very often.
That's actually surprising to see.
I was
that close together.
I actually double-checked to make sure that number is accurate, because I was surprised too.
Yeah. I'll make the motion to approve this as it is. I'm open to. Oh, that's right. Sorry. I don't. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. But yeah, I'm okay with this the way it is. I'm open to the other discussions and maybe revisit this later to maybe put a lower cap on it. But I appreciate all the work of staff on this one.
Deputy Mayor Contreras.
Oh, a motion to close the public hearing, yeah.
Okay, we got that motion to approve and to close the public hearing. Okay, awesome. Yeah, I was wondering why, so that makes sense, because I remember last time it was 69. But, so let me just clarify. If we have 70 as a cap, and actually Councilmember Green pointed this out, that on page 8 of 15, under maximum number of licenses, it says shall be capped at 72. Should that be?
That's a typo.
Okay, it should be 70?
That should be 70.
Okay, so if we could just get that fixed. Okay, so if we have a cap at 70, and a few businesses, lose their good standing, then there would be able to be, let's say in this example where 2 businesses lost their good standing, so then 2 new licenses would be able to go through the process because we would still be under that cap?
Correct. So kind of what I anticipated is the 3 that are in the pipeline do not apply, then we would report back that to the council so that you would have the ability to then lower the cap. So, but yes, you could, change the cap at any point.
I mean, would we be in any kind of, would we run into a legal issue if we said that we just want to keep it at 67 versus 70?
Potentially, when the applicant submitted their application, the Vista Municipal Code allowed for a tobacco retail license almost as a ministerial. There were certain couple checks. You couldn't be within 1,000 feet of a school, things like that. So they committed time and resources for their application, and there would be an argument that their business plan entailed that. So what I would anticipate that there would be some pushback by these 3 applicants.
And how long do they have to, I guess indefinitely, right, then to apply for a retail tobacco license?
It wouldn't, I didn't envision indefinite, because if they're going to open a business and once they get the approval and their plans are approved and they're opening the business, I would assume at that point, somewhat contemporaneous with that, they would be applying for that license, because once their business opens, they're either going to want it or not want it.
So we can't have a stipulation on this that says that we want to cap it at 67 and provide a certain date by which, unless if there hasn't been an application, then we remain at 67, and for any that are in process, if they have completed their application, let's say by the end of the first quarter of next year, could we do something like that?
So I did think about that, and it just, and not knowing exactly where they are at any given moment in the application process,
Okay.
staffing issues, timing-wise, it's hard to put a date, and it would also muddy up the code, because in that,
Okay.
that would actually have to be language in the code, potentially identifying these businesses specifically. So my hope was that they
Okay.
either they're going to get it or not get it, and if they don't get it, I will report back to you that they did
Okay.
not want the license, and then you would have the flexibility to reduce the cap.
Okay, yeah, I just want to make sure that this does come back after,
Yep.
the 3 businesses in the potential process of getting a retail tobacco license. And I would say that it would be important as, businesses may lose their good standing, that gets reported to the council so we can continue to lower the amount of retail tobacco licenses in general in our city. So that sounds like it's going to be a little bit fluid.
Yes.
Just
I'll make sure
depending
the
on
city
it.
manager gives you that information.
Awesome, perfect. And so I'll go ahead and second the motion, and I just want to ask a question. So what is the easiest way, I guess, to lose good standing? Like, what are the different pathways to lose good standing?
For example, recently you looked at increasing the penalties for selling to underage, things like that. So, so typically it's going to be revocation for underage selling, or, yeah.
And does someone have to have a certain amount of violations?
You approved a progressive discipline on that, and
Right.
so they also have to have a state tobacco license. So if they lose their state license, that will, they won't be able to sell with our license, just our license. So it's
Do we have a provision to remove good standing in our amendment to?
Yes.
Okay. Was that on the 3rd, 4th?
Yeah. It was a progressive monetary fine that you substantially increased.
Right.
and
Up to
leading up to
1,000.
revocation. Yeah,
Right.
up to 1,000.
And then, okay. 4 now seems too high for me, so. Yeah, I mean, that's something that I think, it's probably good to revisit when you bring back the information about whether or not these 3 made it through the process. And it could be, a kind of a full package discussion about if we want to reduce the amount of
Number of violations.
violation.
for
Correct.
revocations.
Yeah. Yeah. So I see our city manager writing all this down. So thank you. I appreciate it. And thanks for answering all these questions. Thank you to the public. This has been something that, we have been talking about for a lot of time on your end. You've been talking about it for a long time, and it's taken until now for us to really make this type of progress on this front. And as you heard, we're looking to continue to dwindle the amount of licenses without getting into any legal trouble. So thank you again, and we look forward to whenever this topic is on the agenda that, we'll be hearing from you again. So thank you, everybody.
Councilmember Green.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Ms. Deputy Mayor. I have a question, I guess, for the city attorney, and I think it kind of goes off of what Deputy Mayor Contreras was saying. Is there any way to add in this motion that we're currently capping the licenses at 70 based off of the licenses we've issued and the licenses that are in process, but it is the will of this council to limit tobacco licenses as they fall off or something at maybe at a lower number. Like if I said, hey, I want to limit tobacco licenses in the future to 60, and I'd like the city manager to report back to me as tobacco licenses are falling out of compliance. Like you can sell your existing one, but if somebody closes down like the last two, is there a way for us to put something in this code that would fluidly lower it instead of us forcibly lowering it? Because if one closes down, I don't just want to like advertise to the world like, hey, you can open another tobacco shop in here, because we feel like 70 tobacco shops is kind of too many already. Like when you look at like San Marcos, how many tobacco shops? They don't have 70. You know, it's like, so that's kind of what I'm wondering is what's the stipulation we could put on this motion to.
So the way, if that's what the council wants to do, what I would suggest is you just put in a lower cap number, say 50, but we're not going to revoke anyone's current license. And as attrition happens, the cap, it will take longer to fall below the cap. So
But does it relinquish a tobacco store owner's ability to sell his existing license if he's in good standing? Because I don't want to hurt anybody's license, but I think you feel kind of what I'm getting at is if I don't. Okay, so yeah, so I mean, I want the 70 that are in process not only get sued, but in the event 10 of those close over the next 5 years, I'd be good with only having 60 tobacco stores.
To answer your question is no. If just the change the number happens, and as I wrote the ordinance, because it does allow for a transfer of a current license from a seller to a buyer, without the waiting list, even if the cap is. Has been reached. So,
okay, so I could say that I'd like this number to be 60 for now, and then once it gets to 60, we could relook at it again. But that doesn't jeopardize anybody in process right now, and it doesn't jeopardize anybody who would want to sell their tobacco license. It basically just lets the public know, like, hey, if you let your license expire, we're not issuing anymore.
yes, but I would probably want to add another sentence or two because it's.
I'm not a
below-
lawyer, that's why I'm asking, lawyer guy.
So if that is the case, I would need to take this back and then rewrite it a little bit, because I need to introduce text that explains that the cap is below the current number, and it would be attrition that causes the cap.
Yeah, that we're trying to limit the amount of tobacco establishments within the city over a period of time as it goes without taking away people's power. So I guess as of now, I mean, we can get it through kind of how it is, but I would like to make sure, I hear what you guys are saying, and I support that, and I think we all kind of know that there are a lot of tobacco establishments in Vista. As a kid who grew up in Vista, there's more liquor stores and places to buy cigarettes here than any other city that I'm aware of, so I'd be okay with that. Yes, sir.
So as a suggestion, just to enable the cap as soon as possible, I would suggest passing this
As
ordinance,
is, yeah.
and then I can bring back an amendment.
That's fine. I'm not going to ask you to amend it as is. I just wanted to ask those questions. Thank you so much. You've answered everything. I like it. We can go for a vote.
Councilmember O'Donnell.
Yeah, and so I just want to support what Councilmember Green is saying. My understanding was unclear, so I appreciate you clearing that up. The number 60 to start, but I agree passing it now and then bringing it back. The other thing I would like to bring back is the number of penalties. I believe it's currently set at 500, 750, and then 1,000 before it's revoked. Maybe, sorry. I was looking over your shoulder at the head shaking.
Sorry, so the first fine is $1,000 now.
So the first one's
Yeah,
1,000.
but I honestly can't remember if it's on the third or the fourth that we're revoking. I feel like it's on the third. because
So is every fine
we've
1,000?
moved things up a little bit.
Is
but
every fine
I'll look it up.
1,000? Because I thought that was the maximum we could fine, or was it 2,000 was the max?
No, 1,000. So, but it's for
Each
the
one.
first value. Yeah.
And then on
So
the fourth one, we revoke. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so if the council's open, I'd like to bring back that and maybe lower that to 3. So, but aside from that, yeah, I agree with everything that was said.
I would just say, as we consider bringing that back, it should be X number within X amount of time. So if you have 3 of them over 30 years, right, versus you have 3 of them in 2 years.
I would 100% agree with you.
Okay, so I apologize. Did you second? Very good. Okay, very good. We have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes. So we adopted it as presented. That motion passes unanimously. Okay, got it. We have 3 discussion items this evening. Our first item is regarding traffic operations at the intersection of North Melrose Drive and Ascot Drive. If there are any members of the public that wish to speak on this item, they may indicate so by using the raise their hand feature or by pressing *9 or submitting a request to speak card. Speakers will be called upon after the presentation. And Councilmember Melendez asked for this item to be on the agenda, so she'll introduce it.
Thank you so much. So I did ask for this item to be on the agenda, and I spoke with staff. It wasn't clear if this came forward in its written form as a staff recommendation. So I will go ahead and share a little bit about what solutions we could apply to Ascot Drive and North Melrose. As we spoke about a couple of weeks ago, there are some concerns about the intersection of Ascot Drive and North Melrose, where there has been a number of accidents and ultimately a lot of concerns from the residents there. The intersection has elevated to the point of being number 1 on our traffic signal priority list. The main challenge that I've identified in this situation is funding for streetlights or for traffic signals versus trying to find alternatives for managing the intersection to provide safety for the residents. This intersection had been on this prioritization list for many years. There are very detailed history of these activities in the agenda attachments, but I didn't see something that I was looking for. Thank you, Sam, for coming up here to provide some information. Could you tell us when Ascot Drive and North Melrose first landed a spot on our prioritization list for traffic signals?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Sam Hassanin, City Vista Traffic Engineer. And unfortunately, I do not have that information with me, but it has been many years.
Okay, would you say 10 years or?
I would say about 10 years, yes.
Okay. So within that time, has there been any other alternative offered or approved by the council to manage the intersection or improve safety at the intersection of Ascot and North Melrose?
The first time that it rose to the number 1 spot was back in 2021, I believe. Yeah, in the 2021 update of the traffic signal priority list, the intersection rose to the number 1 spot.
Okay.
And at the time, in the staff report, we mentioned the median option, but the specific recommendation in the staff report was for a different intersection that, although it didn't rank as number 1, it was more of an urgent priority because of more accidents, and that was Emerald Jonathan. And that was this recommendation at the time that was approved by the City Council.
Okay, and so there have been alternatives that have been suggested or drafted, but nothing ultimately approved. So I would like to share with the public some of those renderings now. City Clerk, if we could provide them on the screen. They're also included in the agenda packet. And essentially, an alternative to a streetlight at this area would be a left turn only lane. So currently there are 7 lanes. There are 3 lanes going north and 3 lanes going south with a center lane. The center lane is marked with yellow and is designated as a turning lane for all of the variety of driveways on North Santa Fe, or excuse me, North Melrose Drive. And in this area on Ascot and North Melrose, it's been a priority to put a traffic signal there. You may see very nearby, there's Copper Drive and North Melrose, where there is currently a signal. And so an alternative to a signal or any other type of managed intersection there would be to provide a left turn only lane for those who are headed north on Melrose Drive to turn left onto Ascot Drive. And with that protected left turn only lane, it would require folks driving south on Melrose who may be turning right out of Ascot to ultimately come up to the North Melrose and Copper intersection and take a U-turn to travel north once again into the designated left turn lane and enter onto Ascot that way. A couple of challenges with this may be not wanting to encourage as significant number of U-turns. That is something that I did bring up to residents. I went out to the neighborhood recently and talked to the neighbors about this intersection, asked their thoughts on a traffic signal or any other solutions that they might have. And I told them that a left turn only lane would be one of the solutions that has been identified by our city staff, but just hasn't been approved by the council yet. And from the neighbors there, I heard a couple of different things. One, they feel really unsafe turning left into their neighborhood. So that's where I do see a real big benefit to having a protected left turn only lane. They also feel very stressed turning right out of their neighborhood because oftentimes traffic will even get backed up from Copper all the way up to Ascot. One resident recommended a keep clear designation, right? So painted lines in front of Ascot Drive and North Melrose. That's not indicated here on this rendering, but I wanted to ask our staff to see if maybe that would be an appropriate addition here as well. Some residents said that they didn't feel like they needed a traffic signal. Some said that they wanted a roundabout. Some said that it didn't make sense to have a controlled intersection there because there was one right down the block at Copper. So there's kind of a variety of feedback. I don't know if any of the neighbors from Ascot Drive will be joining us tonight and providing public comment, but everyone in that area was noticed, and I hope they feel empowered to do so. Either way, I'm really grateful for all the conversations I got to have with the neighbors this week. Everybody was really open to having a discussion and looking for a solution because the ultimate priority here is safety. So I want to put it back to a council discussion and to receive any public comments that there may be and see what your thoughts may be regarding implementing a raised median left turn only instrument here at Ascot Drive and North Melrose Drive. So with that, and Sam, I appreciate you being here for questions. Let me know, and I'm here to have a discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Sam, for everything. I just was curious. We've obviously looked at a lot of different traffic mitigation tools and approved a lot of roundabouts. Why would one not work in this situation?
I'm sorry, roundabout?
Correct.
Just because
I'm not asking for one. I'm just asking why one wouldn't work here.
The amount of the traffic volumes on North Melrose, I believe, in a case like this would just create gridlock.
Is there any issues with the right-of-way?
That would be definitely something. It would be substantial cost, multiples of a traffic signal to fit a roundabout to make it work with the multiple lanes.
And I see it, obviously, proximity to a traffic light is why we would not put a traffic light there, correct?
That would be the main reason, correct?
Okay. That's all. That's the only question. The only questions I had for right now.
And we did have a speaker on this. Mr. Hood wanted to be heard. My apologies, I missed him a moment ago.
When I looked at this point on the agenda, it occurred to me that the core issue, obviously, as everybody is saying, is safety. I wonder if the city setting different traffic limit speeds, 30, maybe even 25 miles an hour around the city, would help with safety. I was also assumed that the traffic engineering department would have wonderful input to the broad question, but my main suggestion is, and maybe you've already got this in the way, and if that's so, that's cool, why not develop a citywide sustainability mobility plan to address this? I mean, I'm surprised at how many times this basic issue of intersection A, B, or C keeps coming up. Is there not some way to address it in a more systematic and thorough way? Carlsbad has a development and sustainability mobility plan, and they also have a control evaluation tool to look at intersections and so forth. I wonder if we could copy their tools or their plans and build on them. And how about developing a transportation demand management ordinance, again, using Carlsbad as a model, which already has one. This could obviously be followed by community workshops and the like. But to summarize, I wonder if there's a way to build a comprehensive tool to address street safety and take a whole broad look at that, rather than just looking at one intersection at a time again and again and again. Seems a very painful way that we're doing this business. Thanks.
And I think, did we already hear from Councilmember Melendez? Or are you waiting to speak again?
If I could be next in the queue.
Sure, go ahead.
Let's see. Okay. Thank you. And thank you, Joe, for your suggestions. I actually do agree with a comprehensive traffic and mobility safety tool. But since talking to the residents over on Ascot, it's really important for us to do something now. We do have a senior living facility in the area. We have a lot of families that are taking their kids to school. And although I don't like that a raised median essentially splits the street in half and kind of creates these large barriers, in one way it divides our community. But when speaking with one of the moms and talking to her about her commute to school for her kids, she was saying that they already have to go down to Copper and make a U-turn, right? So this would just give them a protected left turn, and the U-turn aspect will, and the division of these two areas will still be there, but this way there's real safety that can happen more immediately, and there's a lot of families that are there that I really want to make sure have some sort of safety instrument on the street. That said, I wanted to also make a motion so that if I do have support for this item, that we can continue to see it moved forward. And I will make a motion to approve. Oh, well, first let me ask Sam, are we able to, or is it relevant here to add like the keep clear lines to the south traveling part of North Melrose?
So that's something I do not recommend on multiple lanes, especially when it's 3 lanes with the traffic signal on Copper being close. So a lot of times, one of the lanes will be backed up through the next intersection, in this case, Ascot, or maybe 2 lanes backed up, 1 lane is still moving. And that kind of gives the false impression to the vehicle that is attempting to make the left turn to go for it while a lane is still open and obstructed by the stop lanes.
So it could create a visibility issue.
Yeah, especially with the lanes are not usually evenly filled. So one is queued up and backed up through the intersection. One is moving and is not seen. So I think it's better from a safety perspective to kind of have the, more of the burden on the driver making the left turn to make sure that all lanes, oncoming lanes are approaching. It might take a little longer, but I think it's safer.
Okay. I just want to make sure I could answer that question for that resident. And I do believe that the design here is probably the safest option at this time. And it was interesting. I only spoke to a handful of families, but there was one gentleman who, he was really excited about the idea. And then he told me, I would probably care more if I were a homeowner, right? And I just that hit me, right? Because he may have been renting there, but I wanted him to feel empowered and know that the local streets where he lives are something that he has ownership of too, right? And he can participate in this. So we had some good conversations, and ultimately I think this is going to be the best option for that neighborhood. So I'll make a motion that we direct staff to move forward with a raised median on Ascot and North Melrose Drive. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I had a question for you too, and it had to do with that keep clear thing. Is there actually data that says putting a keep clear striping on a road causes more accidents for people who turn left?
I do not have data from studies, but just from my observations doing field work, as well as seeing some accidents in the city that at intersections that sometimes don't even have the keep clear, where one lane stopped, somebody's motioned to go, and then the other lane is moving, and it causes a crash.
Yeah, and
so
I would
not anything based on studies, but based on my professional experience looking at these streets in the past.
And I definitely know you're a professional. I'm not a traffic engineer by any means. I drive up and down this road all the time. My kid went to Vita for 3 years. My kid goes to Mission Vista High School right now. So I drive up and down this road a lot. I travel all over the town, and the road does get backed up well past Ascot Drive at peak school hours, So you have a continuation school there on the left. Vista Christian right here actually has a school in their property right there. They have a whole K through 8 school, I believe. And then you have Vita, and then also the technological. And then you also have Maryland Elementary. Then you have High Tech High. So I literally have 5 schools where parents at the highest hours are traveling up and down here. And that's my main concern is turning left. I feel safer as a driver when it says keep clear. And when I see a keep clear intersection, I typically keep it clear. And I would think you could have this backed way up with people trying to turn left into Ascot, waiting a very long time. And I know they might have to wait longer or whatever, but I just don't know how I'd like to know how that makes it safer, because I almost feel like it'd be safer the other way. If there's studies, I just like to see them, because I've had residents ask before about the keep clear thing as well. And even just trying to turn right out of your thing, you might not be able to turn right out of there. So I don't know. I just want to kind of know a little bit more about it. I love this design. I know it's about 20% the cost of a stoplight. So the recommendation was spend, $600,000 on this. And I think it's about $100,000 per se. I was worried about the ability of the fire trucks to kind of traverse in and out. And, you got that senior center there, which they do get a lot of calls for service, but there's actually a back entrance to the facility right past this median. And the median isn't going to block that back entrance. So if they needed to hit the back service entrance, they could. The front entrance is right there. And 95% of the time, unless they're going to another call, the firefighters are turning right out of here to go back to their, fire department. So I asked about that. I think, when this came to our attention, that this was the most needed intersection in the whole city to have some type of traffic, control, that it's really good that you went out and took the initiative to figure out what the best thing would be and not just throw a stop light right there. So I do like the design of this. I think that it addresses all the safety concerns. Question I have for you, Sam, is were the majority of the accidents that you would say like side swipe accidents from people turning left and then also like collisions in that left-hand turn lane? Is that where the majority of the accidents were being caused?
The majority were making a left turn out.
Okay.
And that's what kind of prompted this solution that that would eliminate the left turns out that are causing the crashes, send them down to the signal at Copper to make a U-turn, and then still allow the left turn in.
Okay.
So that was
yeah, and the good news about putting a median up here is the U-turn's real close by. It was a median put up where it was far away. So no, I actually support this. I don't know if the motion is to just direct staff to get an actual estimate or put out like a request for proposal from somebody. I assume that is what it would be. How does it work? Like,
This is the same thing as the signals that we looked at earlier. When we find the money, we'll bring it back.
fantastic. With that, I think it's a great use of money. I think it's a great thing to direct staff to do. And yes, sir.
I was going to say we can certainly implement the cube clear at the
Well,
city council.
I want to lean on your brilliance. I am not a traffic engineer. I just would like a little more data to kind of just follow that up, just so that I could know, hey, like the third lane typically doesn't stop at the keep clear, and that's where all the accidents happen. And maybe a keep clear is only smart on a 1-lane road, not a 3-lane wide road. And I just want the information, and we don't have time to debate right now. So the design's fine. I'm fine, and I will emphatically second the motion to save us lots of money and improve traffic safety.
This is going to come back again with the residents having been notified and them having an opportunity to comment, and that's important too. Deputy Mayor Contreras.
Yeah, I'm 100% in favor of this. And I'm actually kind of curious because there's not that I want to add it to this project right now, but just for consideration in the future, there is no mid-block crossing between Copper Drive and, what is this, Olive? So I'm just, if it's not best practices to do a keep clear, where this median is, could that be a pedestrian refuge and there be some kind of pedestrian mid-block crossing in this area?
I would say short of a traffic signal, it's not something I would mark on the road, just crossing the 6 lanes. So.
Okay, just wanted to see, what your opinion was. Right, I wish I could put a roundabout here. I want to put them everywhere, but I know sometimes we can't. And I do want to say thank you as well to Sam and to John Connolly. I had the opportunity, when was it? It was maybe 2 years ago at this point, or last year, I don't know. It's somewhere on my Instagram. But I went to General Murray High School and used public transit. I was hearing a lot of stories from the teachers there and different administrators and also the students that it just is not easy to cross from one side of the street to the other. And you can even see it in this picture. You have to literally do 3 crossings to get over. So I really want to thank you. I know that you're looking at putting another crosswalk so that way they don't have to do 3 legs of crossing and there could be just one crosswalk for them to get over. Because, what happens is the closest bus stop is actually by Coco's off Vista Way. And so if you continue walking down that side, then you have to cross 3 times to get over to your school. And that in itself can make you late. So I really appreciate taking a look at that. And it sounds like that's doable, right, for us to issue a new crosswalk there. So, and I want to thank Councilmember Melendez for bringing this forward. And to address one of the comments about a comprehensive mobility plan, I'm 100% in favor of that. I'm actually, in my other work, assessing the City of San Diego's mobility master plan. And it is my understanding that we are going to be pursuing that, because I had a while back asked about, our bike master plan and a pedestrian master plan. And I think the commentary that I got back was that we could just do a comprehensive plan that was an active transportation plan or some kind of mobility plan. Is that an initiative that we've already started, or are we launching that with the safety action plan with the SANDAG dollars?
So the mobility plan is something that would be included in our general plan update. It's what we're going to call our circulation element because it will include traffic, vehicular traffic, as well as all other modes of transportation.
Okay, to go along with our council goals and our cap. And so it will be extensive enough that it will capture bicycle facilities, pedestrian needs, and also low-speed vehicles or neighborhood electric vehicles?
So yes, we intend to address all the modes of transportation. It's more of a planning document, so it just identifies existing and sort of ultimate proposed. But as far as how we implement it, we'll have to bring another planning document forward to identify how we want to phase those improvements in, if you want to look at it that way.
For like a capital improvement prioritization.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's definitely something that I would say is absolutely necessary, right? Having that first step and then having the second step is what we don't want to do, is just have a bunch of plans on the shelf and never implement them. And then by the time we implement them, it's $1 million to put something. So I just wanted to get clarification on that. So it does sound like we will be moving in that direction. And this was already seconded. I third it. Let's do it.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes. That item passes unanimously. That'll bring us to our second discussion item this evening, which is a discussion of our general fund balance account, the review and reserves policy modification. Any members of the public wishing to speak on this item may indicate so by using the raise their hand feature, or by pressing *9, or submitting a request to speak card. Speakers will be called upon after the presentation. And our finance director, Mike Sylvia, will be making the presentation on this item. We do have one speaker on this.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Here we go. So I've got a few slides to discuss this item. Back late summer, early fall, we had a request to go through the general fund balance items, and so staff did respond to that request, and we had one-on-one meetings with all of the council members to discuss those components, as well as overall reserve components. And tonight's item is to publicly provide this information to the city stakeholders and discuss staff's recommended account consolidations and modifications to the city's reserve policy. I would like to add, before we get into the recommendations, though, that the general fund balance components are always included in each year's annual comprehensive financial report of the ACFR. It is note 13 in the current ACFR, and it'll be around that same note number depending upon how we get the document composed with the auditors in the next couple months. In terms of background, prior councils and staff realized that a more robust reserve was needed on the heels of the great financial crisis in 2007 to 2009. The city, like most local governments at the time, faced significant revenue shortfalls that resulted in staff furloughs and layoffs, and that effectively lowered the city's ability to provide services to constituents. The initial reserve goal was established in 2011 at 20% of general fund expenditures, and increased subsequently to 30% and 35% in 2016 and 18, respectively. Kind of subsequent to those early efforts, there was a drive to be a little more diversified in our strategies and do deeper analysis. The 35% goal was achieved in 2021. However, there was a growing concern, and I think that's one we probably still have as all stakeholders with the organization, that CalPERS pension obligations were growing. And also there's a question as to how to fund those, and overall how much reserves were the right amount of reserves. So subsequent to those concerns, in February of 2022, staff conducted a pension workshop, discussed the two cost components of CalPERS, the unfunded actuarial liability, or UAL, which is the amortized cost to fund past service credits, and the normal cost, which is the current annual cost of service credits for active city employees. Action items from that February 22 pension workshop were direction from council to pay 2 additional discretionary discretional payments to CalPERS totaling $7 million. In April 2022, $3 million was paid to CalPERS, and in April of 2023, $4 million was allocated to CalPERS. In addition, a $2 million transfer was authorized to the Section 115 Pension Trust. Subsequent to these efforts, however, the negative 6.1% investment return in June of 2022 increased the city's UAL and will continue to do so over the next 5 years as it's layered in over that 5-year period. In terms of how much reserves are enough, later that spring, staff completed an analysis, a risk-based analysis and stress test of the city's general fund reserves, and in June of 2022 provided a workshop presentation to council that analyzed the likelihood and potential magnitude of financial loss to the city given the risks it faces, including recessions, fire, flood, earthquake, and terrorist events. The analysis recommended a range of 20 to 35% to provide an 80 to 95% chance of the city's reserves and being sufficient in those situations. Council approved a transfer of $10 million of the then nearly $30 million total of general reserves from the general reserves to the Section 115 pension cost or pension trust so that funds could be invested longer term beyond the city's 5-year limitation on the pooled portfolio, and also be invested in stocks as well as bonds. And that 115 trust is invested on a 50% to 50% basis of stocks to bonds. All right, so the first recommended modification for the general fund emergency reserves during our March 2023 long-term financial plan, council didn't come to a consensus, but certainly mentioned a 30% goal. And so that's staff's recommendation is to achieve and maintain a 30% reserve of annual general fund original budget appropriations. The initial amount needed for that effort is $32.4 million. And staff would recommend 3 current sources, which are the emergency reserves, and that's $20.4 million. The structural deficit reserve would be included, it's $9.3. And the last is the CalPERS reserve, which totals $4.7 million. Now these do total $34.4 million, so it's a little bit higher, but staff believes that that additional $2 million would assist to further offset for future replenishment needs, likely starting in 2025 when the next biennial budget is approved. That budget will include likely greater CalPERS required contributions, as well as new agreements with the city's labor groups. The second and new component to be added to the reserve policy is formalizing a funding goal for the city's Section 115 pension trust. Since the great financial crisis of 2007-2009 lasted roughly a year and a half, and I think we can all agree it's probably the worst economic recession in the last 80 years, staff recommends maintaining an amount equal to 1.5 years of the current CalPERS budget expenditures. That amount is $16.8 million. Again, much like the general reserves, the current balance or market value of the 115 trust is $18.6 million, so there is a bit of a surplus. However, I would add that that account does swing more widely because of its exposure to the stock market. In conclusion, or at least in summary, considering both components, the general reserves and the Section 115 trust would provide approximately a 45.5% reserve, and this level of reserve should maintain the city's credit rating, which currently is AA+. And that's certainly something that staff is looking to do, because in the next couple of years, assuming a reduction in interest rates, staff would be looking to refinance the existing debt issues that the city has, both the lease revenue bonds related to Prop L as well as the successor agency debt. And obviously having that good credit rating will help in that effort. The second request for the meetings with council wanted to look at one-time cost funding sources. And I've highlighted 3 large ones here. The first is, of course, Prop L. Its reserve is just under $20 million. It represents a summation of prior year's surpluses in collection of the half-cent sales and use tax. Staff will be bringing a separate item to council in the future to address how council would like to utilize that funding. The general fund, $12.1 million, is actually represented by the RDA loan repayments. They are now complete, which I'm happy to say, and also includes some RDA project area excess property tax. Those funds are available to finance one-time projects within the city's service purview. And then one that's talked a lot about, so I figured I'd add it here, is the Park Development Fund. It's got just under $10 million available, and that would be to construct new park facilities. It cannot be used for maintenance on existing ones. And I wanted to add, currently, we've got a multi-department effort in working on a list of deferred maintenance, extraordinary maintenance, and repairs to existing city facilities. And staff would probably recommend that council consider that effort and have that discussion prior to allocating large amounts of these amounts that I'm highlighting that are available for new projects, just to maintain the current quality and really raise some of the condition of the city's facilities up a bit, and to maintain intergenerational equity among its constituents. And so lastly, staff recommends approval of the City Council Resolution, which amends Council Policy 200-19, which is use of year-end fund balance. That includes the city's general fund reserve policy, as I've outlined in the presentation, and consolidation of the 3 general fund balance accounts noted here to fund the same. The red line policy is included as exhibit number 2, which is page 5 of the agenda report, and I am available for questions.
We do have a couple members of the public who would like to comment. We have Sid Rothenberg, followed by Joe Hood.
Good evening again. I wanted to take the opportunity to talk about the senior center because there's a couple of things that are mentioned in the funds here. And maybe most of you know now that next year, 2024, the senior center will be celebrating 50 years of it being opened. The Vista website says it was opened in 1974. So one of the items is rental funds, and recommending that all the monies go to the Center for Facility Improvements. And I definitely support that. There are improvements that need to be done. I'm never really sure whether there's no funds available or no funds in their budget, or if it's an attitude thing when they say, well, we don't have the money, or we can't figure out how to do this. So I hope that this is clear to the senior center, that these funds will now be, it looks, as I read, if I read it correctly, 100% go back to them for their rental, when they have their rental. And the other was nutritional funds are available for special events. And again, I'm not really clear if the important staff members that do the nutritional events are really aware that they have this amount of money listed somehow in the general fund available to them. And I think it's important that they know that if they're going to be doing some sorts of celebration next year for their 50-year anniversary. Thank you.
Joe Hood.
From a distance, it looks like you're managing money really well. Well done. This calendar year, hundreds, literally hundreds of multi-decade long fossil fuel projects have been funded in this country. It's going to lead to our doom if we don't do better. I don't know where your money is, where the city's money is invested in the stocks and bonds, which specific stocks and bonds, but I'd like to ask the staff to direct the finance people and whomever you need to ensure that none of our money is funding any fossil fuel projects directly or indirectly. Make sure, please, that our funds are going to clean, environmentally safe companies, organizations, and projects. Thanks.
Deputy Mayor Contreras.
Thank you so much for the presentation. Thank you for the comments from the public. This is something that I've been wanting to review for a long time, ever since I found out that some of our reserve accounts actually weren't being counted towards the total amount of reserves. So I think that this is a step in the right direction. It provides a lot more transparency for the public. It provides a lot more transparency for council members to really look at the budget and see, what we can prioritize with some of the funds that we have available and what we want to keep to the side as a reserve. I just wanted to make sure I understood. You talked about a 45% reserve.
That's the total of the two components, yes.
Okay. And our initial goal was 35%.
That's right.
Okay. So we've exceeded that by a lot. So now the proposed goal is looking at maintaining the 115 trust right to the side of the 30% reserve, consolidation of the reserves to 30%. So does that mean that there's going to be a reduction from the 45% then reserve?
Well, the 45% represents the summation of the two components, and I'm not sure what the question is.
Yeah, so just for clarification, moving forward, as we reduce the one reserve from 35% to 30%, is that 45% total summation of the reserves, do we anticipate then that would fall by 5%, or how does that work?
Well, right now,
I'm trying to figure it out in my head.
As I said, right now, per staff's recommendation, they would actually both be over the two goals that are stated right now. One, on the general reserve side, when we did the one-on-one meetings, we were a little under 30%, but then when we looked at the total budget, we have some internal transfers within the general fund balance, and we netted, I don't want to get too much in the weeds, but we netted those out, which basically took us from around 29.5% to just under 32. I think it's 31.9. And so we didn't want to essentially double count something that was revenue driven that wouldn't really need to be reserved. And so if council were to move forward with staff's recommendations, essentially, I can't guarantee that there would be sufficient funding with the new budget in 2025, but certainly those surpluses would help offset any additional needs to maintain those goals as stated in the red line policy.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, it just, to me, this is a streamlining that we've needed to do for a long time. And I really appreciate, I know that it takes a lot of work on part of our staff to be able to accomplish this, and direction from our council to be able to say, hey, we need to relook at this and make sure that our math is correct and easy to follow for the public. I know it's still finance stuff, which is never easy to follow, but I do appreciate this coming forward as a staff recommendation, and I do support it. And I do want to advocate, and I've brought this up several times, when we're looking at certain reserves that we have that can be used for one-time costs, it really is a disservice to District 1 to not have a fire station and to be the most densely populated district per square mile. So, I think it's absolutely critical from an equity standpoint and from a public safety standpoint that District 1 gets Fire Station 7 as soon as possible, because we do unfortunately live in a situation where we're in a 24/7 fire season now. And it is just not acceptable for a district, any district, to not have a fire station, let alone a district that is the smallest one geographically and very densely populated. So I just wanted to throw that out there. With that, again, I really appreciate this work. I appreciate the one-on-ones, and I know I ask a lot of questions. And so thank you so much for helping me better understand the situation that the city's in. And I move to approve staff's recommendation. Thank you.
Councilmember Green.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Ms. Deputy Mayor, for your questions. They helped out tremendously. I did follow like kind of how she's tracking is, hey, if we lower 5% instead of having 45% next year, well, we have 40% because our reserves were at 30. Looks like we're at 31.9, I think that you said. So I think your numbers are right. I was kind of tracking, but it's forecasting the future. And if we could do that, we would all be super, super rich. I learned more about 115 trusts and where funds are allocated and what the risk base is of those funds and CalPERS payments and pensions deficits. And man, it made my head hurt. But I appreciate that that's your job and not mine, Mike. And I definitely appreciate you going over all of that with me and answering all my questions, because I always want to make sure that we're using the city's money as fiscally responsible as possible. And I really don't like the, conservative aspects of our, investment strategies per se. I think they've come back to bite us in the butt at some point in times, but it's really CalPERS more than us. But that's something that we're tied to. So as a council, we kind of have to make sure that we have extra money in reserves than we even planned to work on that. So I really appreciate you. Sid Roth brought forward that next year is the 50th birthday for the senior center. I would implore my council and my entire city staff to come up with a nice 50-year anniversary party for that senior center. If it means we got to allocate a little bit of funds or hit up our community stakeholders in order to make this happen, I want to go dance with Gracie and Ruthie and all my homies over there at the senior center. Let them know they matter. I know that we're doing a lot of work over there. A lot of that was because of your advocacy, Sid, and we're happy to fix the restrooms over there. We've done a lot of work on the patio exterior over there from a safety standpoint, talking about shade structures and landscape. And, we have a really nice senior facility over there that is utilized, and we want to just make that better and make sure our seniors know that we love and appreciate them. 50 years is a big deal. I've been married for 25, feels like 100. So 50, just joking, babe, love you. I know you're watching. But yeah, 50-year celebration. Want to make sure somewhere in that budget, we're going to have a party. I don't want it to be, thrown together. I'd like to start planning that like whenever, and have Kevin be a part of it, because Kevin loves hanging out at the senior center over there. So with that, I will second Deputy Mayor's recommendation to approve staff's recommendation, and I hope that we think about our senior 50-year party. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Contreras.
I just wanted to lend support to Councilmember Green's recommendation that we make a really good party for our 50th for the senior center. So yeah, thanks for that. That's it.
I'll just chime in and say that appreciate the time that I spent with staff reviewing this change. I'm comfortable with the change. This is, we did accrue a little bit more of a savings than we realized we did. Once the money is spent and gone, it'll be gone, and it won't be here again to spend. So keep that in mind. This is as far down as I want to go in terms of ratcheting down our savings, but because we're always at some point on the precipice of the next financial disaster. We've been fortunate for a great number of years, but I will say we have a lot to be proud of in how we've managed the city financially, and I hope that we can keep that going for a long time to come, because we are in very good shape, and for a city that doesn't have as much money as a lot of our neighbors, that's something we should be very proud of. So we have a motion, a second. Please cast your votes. That item passes unanimously. That'll bring us to item D3, which is a resolution brought to us by Councilmember O'Donnell discussing the opposition to fixed energy charges authorized in Assembly Bill 205. If any member of the public wishes to speak on this item, they may indicate so by using the raise their hand feature, or by pressing *9, or submitting a request to speak card. Speakers will be called upon after the presentation. Councilmember O'Donnell placed this item on the agenda, so we'll ask him to introduce it.
Thank you. So tonight I'm bringing before the council a resolution in opposition to AB 205, Section 739.9, which is the Public Utilities Code. This was passed in June of 2022. Unfortunately, most people don't know about it, and if you're unfamiliar, it's because they've done an extremely good job at hiding it from the public. But this is a utility tax. It's basically going to impact millions of working class families all across California. It's going to apply to all residential ratepayers of PG&E, SoCal Edison, and SDG&E, including customers of CCAs, which we just joined and became a part of. So what AB 205 did was introduce a baseline fee for anyone that is hooked up to the grid. So regardless of whether your energy consumption has gone down, it will add a fixed rate charge to your bill every single month if you're there, and it will be based on your income. Not on your energy use or anything else. It's going to be based on how much money you make, which to me is just an atrocity. But to be very clear, this is not just a tax. It's a bill increase for nearly every resident in the state of California. In a state that already pays double the average rate for electricity, adding a $30 tax would be 3 times the national average to be levied onto the working class families like our teachers, our nurses, our firefighters, our law enforcement, service industry employees, and so many others. It will have a direct negative impact on millions of working Californians who live in apartments, in condos, and small homes, people that have rooftop solar or work to conserve energy on a daily basis. It will destroy the progress we've made on renewable energy and will directly impact all those who invested their hard-earned money to reduce their carbon footprint. Those who have put solar on your home under the guise that NEM 2.0 is going to allow you to lock in those rates, it will not matter if you touch the grid. This tax will apply to you just like it will anybody else. And so it's very important that the public is aware of it. It will also destroy the progress that we've made in the state towards renewable energy because, as I just mentioned, many people bought and purchased solar with their hard-earned money, spending tens of thousands of dollars under the idea that being locked into NEM 2.0 was going to save them on their energy bills. And NEM 3.0 went from, you go from a 1-to-1 rate to a 0.25 per 1 rate. And so a lot of people purchased it. In fact, there's a resident in my neighborhood that he called me. He's retired. Him and his wife, they wanted to save money. They had an issue with the permitting process that ended up not being the city's fault. It was an issue with their contractor. But the reason they had solar on a fixed income is because they could no longer afford the energy rates, and they thought they were going to save money by putting solar on their home. So these are the type of people that are going to be impacted because there is no rate saving or there's no energy saving. Now what you're going to do is you're going to have to pay the company that you just bought the solar panels from. On top of that, you're going to have to pay this fixed utility tax. So I'm looking at all of these things, and it doesn't matter if you have electric appliances now. All the things that you did to conserve your energy and cut back your costs and your carbon footprint are going to be washed out with AB 205. So, and just for the record, these are the same California public utility companies that have reported record profits in the last couple of years. Yes, Joe, yes, those. And they are going to try and levy this on the back of middle-class taxpayers. And where they're going to lie the most is the fact that they're going to say this is going to help some of the poorest members of our community, those that are lower income earners. And it may in the beginning. But the problem is that this is not a ceiling for this tax. This is the floor. And they have the power and the ability to raise it at any time they wish. And so while those impacts may be felt initially to where it will lower the cost, over time, it's actually going to increase. And this is just another example of the utility companies trying to pass the buck onto the consumer for their failed view and vision and needs for updating the infrastructure of their utilities. So this is why I'm bringing it forward. But beyond all of that, I've already mentioned the worst part of it is it's uncapped. The second worst part is the only way they can decide on how much they're going to charge you as having access to your personal income records. So I'm bringing it forward. I'm going to urge this council to stand with us, stand with me in opposing this tax. And just finally, I'm going to call on every school board, county board, every federal legislator to demand that we bring forward to our state legislation, our state legislators, a bill, and not only bring it forward, but we pass it and immediately repeal Section 739.9 of AB 205. I look forward to council comment.
Well, yeah, we have Joe Hood would like to be heard on this item.
I can throw my comments away. They are 100% in alignment with what Dan just said. Absolutely 100% right on. You know, just think of the audacity of SDG&E demanding to know your and my and everybody else's income, whether we're high, middle, or low, and then tax us high, middle, or low rates. No matter whether we don't even use their energy. If we have rooftop energy in our homes and we produce all the energy we use, we get to pay. Does that make any sense to you? If we're really energy efficient, we get to pay. You know? This is absolutely nuts. It's a crazy way to run the show. So I would say, please send a strong letter opposing AB 305 and this fixed charge. It's nonsense. Protect the citizens of Vista. Yes, a bill to repeal. Let's get behind it, campaign for it. It's the right thing to do for us and for our friends and family. Dan, thanks for bringing it forward.
Well, there you go. It looks like we're all in alignment here. Although I'm not going to let the politicians in Sacramento off the hook here. This was adopted by our state representatives on a straight party line vote. This is a dastardly piece of socialist legislation that seeks to punish people based on their incomes. And yes, as Mr. Hood said, to allow the utility company or the state to look into our incomes and to price first our electricity and then who knows, maybe water or other essential services based on our incomes. This is an absolute invitation to Californians to continue to leave the state of California because of the idiotic way that our legislature in Sacramento is governing. My sister lives in Indiana. She pays 12 cents a kilowatt hour. I just signed up for solar before NEM 2.0 expired and didn't realize everybody that's signing up for solar should know you're going to be automatically subscribed to time of use billing. So that 4 to 9 p.m. blackout applies to you if you have solar. We're no longer running anything during 4 to 9, not the air conditioner, not the washing machine, nothing, because it is 83 cents a kilowatt hour, nearly $1 per kilowatt hour. It is absolutely punitive. Add that to the list of things that they don't tell you. The salesman wasn't in a hurry who sold me the solar to tell me about that. And yes, I am paying substantially more every month now. The hope is that in 10 years I won't be, but I'm paying substantially more than I was before I invested in the solar. So I've got at least 8 years to go to pay the bill for the solar. But yeah, this is absolutely outrageous. So thank you very much for bringing this measure. You beat me to it. This is excellent. Councilmember Melendez.
Wow, thank you, Councilmember O'Donnell, for keeping your eye on this and bringing forward something actionable for us to be able to be unified in. I don't often feel very hopeful with resolutions, but I do feel hopeful that we all agree that this section, which allows investor-owned utilities to extract fixed charges from customers, is predatory in the worst way, especially against working people. We need to cap the profits on these companies that are taking advantage of working people's labor and efforts. And I don't trust any elected official that is ready to support corporate and investor interests when working people are struggling to afford the basic necessities. And if you want to be environmentally conscious and put solar on your house and be part of the solution, only to get punished for that, that's messed up, man. And I'm very fired up about it. I'm really excited we're joining CEA, enrolling this April, but it's still not enough, right? Their predatory paws get everywhere, and it's not okay. We need more accountability, and hopefully we can push for that. So I think that this action should be, yes, taken by others, and let's see how far we can advocate and build this into our legislative advocacy platform as a city. So I will go ahead and second your motion, Councilmember O'Donnell.
Deputy Mayor Contreras.
I think everything has pretty much been said, and thank you so much, Councilmember O'Donnell, for bringing this forward and for keeping your eye on this, and for all your comments. I mean, yeah, spot on. This is just unacceptable, and if we really want a lot more participation in community solar, this is definitely not the way. So I completely agree with your comments. I agree with Councilmember Melendez's comments, and I look forward to voting this through. Thanks.
Councilmember Green.
Thank you so much. Yeah, real quick, as a person who's owned a mortgage and real estate company since 1997, I hear a lot about predatory tactics and predatory lending tactics and, housing tactics and things. This is exactly what they are, as opposed to having a standard way that you charge somebody. You have them come in and you see how much money they have in the bank and you see how much money they make and you figure out how much you're going to charge them. That's the definition of predatory lending tactics. So the fact that SDG&E, PGE, whatever, the Public Utility Commission came up with this idea of we're going to figure out how much money you have and then we're going to tell you how much we're going to charge you, it is very much so the definition of a predatory business tactic. So I don't know who wrote the assembly bill, but we should also get that email address up online for somebody to call, because I don't know what makes you wake up in the middle of the night and think, hey, I should really just jack actual residents in the state of California. So anyway, I just wanted to throw that out there. Predatory was just the thing that kept ringing in my head. So the fact that you guys were saying that, that is exactly what they do, is they figure out what you make, how much money you got, and then how much they can charge you without really killing you. And that's not how it's supposed to happen. And the audacity of them to think they can get into our personal lives and figure out what we make. And I mean, come on, it's ridiculous. So anyways, Dan, thank you again. I love that we're all fired up about this. It's weird to see Dan angry, which is awesome. So Dan, I'm glad something made you mad. You're literally yelling at the assembly right now. Keep that up. I like it. Anyway, that's it. It's been first and second, and I'm ready for some tacos super soon. Thank you.
It just bears drawing this conversation out. I mean, we've had a war on working families in California through our energy policy for 20 years. We have caused energy to be completely unaffordable. We've got gasoline that's $2 a gallon higher than every other state in the union, electricity that's 5 times more expensive. We can barely keep the lights on. We sell, who's been to the SDG&E tour of the transmission facility? When you go, ask them, say Franklin said that we're paying Arizona to take all this solar. We so overgenerate during the middle of the day that if we couldn't sell it at a loss to Arizona, it would crash our grid in San Diego. This is true. So we are cooling the homes in Arizona during the middle of the day with our excess daytime production. And we are literally selling it to them at a loss because we have so over-incentivized a form of energy generation that is without storage, is generated in the daytime when we're not home to run our air conditioners, and we can't use it. We can't store it. There's nowhere to store it. So we ship it out to Arizona. Literally, this is what we do with it. And then in the nighttime, there's no solar production because the sun's down. So we don't have the resources. So then we have this huge crush between 4 and 9 p.m. I call this the war on the poor in California. It is the war to drive families out. Most of our neighbors, their kids haven't been able to stay here. So they're leaving the state. We've lost 1 million people from the state of California almost now because of the refugees from these policies. So I commend each and every one of you for standing up to this woke energy policy that seeks to bankrupt working families. I am so glad that we're doing this. Councilmember Green. Councilmember O'Donnell.
I will not echo all of your comments. I don't know if I agree with all of them, but I appreciate the support on, on this resolution.
You got it.
Just for the public knowledge, this was thrown in 3 days before this was actually passed in legislation. So I should have looked at it before I brought it forward, but I don't know who added the amendment or the attachment to this bill, but that's who I would wonder mostly who we would want to look at. But yeah, I mean, listen, the reason I brought this forward, it wasn't just so we could all have something to agree on. It was because the public really does need to know about it. So many people I talk to, even electeds, have no idea what AB 205 is. They have to look into it. They want to get back to me on things, and that's fine. I respect that. Like, get all your information. But once you actually look at what this will do and the way it will impact your neighbors, your family, your just working class families everywhere, it is just something we cannot allow at the state to continue. So I appreciate the support on it, and I'm ready for a vote if there are no other comments.
Okay, we got a motion and a second. Please cast your votes. That item passes unanimously. Okay, that'll bring us to our final oral communications opportunity. Mr. Hood, one more time.
Aw, man.
Sid? Oh.
Never, Joe.
We're just getting started.
Your name's Joe, I love you.
Okay, this is the last opportunity for oral communications. For those that did not speak under the first oral communications item on tonight's agenda, each speaker is given 3 minutes to speak on matters not on the agenda. Are there any more requests to speak on Zoom? No, seeing none, we will go to our Assistant City Clerk. Any comments tonight? City Clerk? City Attorney? Mr. Conley?
I have a couple of brief announcements. One is to recognize Larry Voppel for his chairmanship of the CalEd, the California Association of Local Economic Development, which he just finished his term from 21 to 23, so congrats, Larry. Our new Community Development Director, Joseph Vaca, will start on Monday the 30th, so I'll set up meetings with all the council members individually in early November to introduce Mr. Vaca. And lastly, happy birthday to Joe Green next week on November 2nd.
All right, happy birthday, Joe Green. All right, Councilmember O'Donnell.
All right, first, very random, but Fred brought a bag of popcorn down today, and I really appreciate that, Fred. So thank you for the snack, because I have not eaten dinner yet, so awesome job. I will be postponing my town hall. I talked with the residents just with the holidays backing up into November and December. They asked for it to be after the new year, so I'm going to wait until after the new year to host that. Allie and I were able to take Caleb to North County Square this past Saturday. We ran into Councilmember Green there. I would urge businesses all over Vista that are in a shopping center of any kind to do what they did. There were so many businesses I didn't even know existed in that location, and I'm there all the time. And we went and patroned. We're going to go back to actually have dinner at one of them. It was a great idea, great experience, a lot of fun for the family. I'd urge everybody to do it if you can. I know that tonight we recognize Veterans Day, but I also just want to recognize veterans. My father, as I always mention, is a proud United States Marine. It is not just Veterans Day in November, it is the entire month of November that is dedicated to veterans. So I hope you enjoy your month. I appreciate your service to this nation, and Yeah, it's amazing. So for all the survivors, men and women of breast cancer, and those that have not, and families that have been impacted, I just want to give you recognition. I have a friend of mine that I grew up with. His mother, thank God she survived, but had a very, very serious bout with breast cancer. Nearly took her out, and so I just want to recognize all the people out there that have been through it, or have gone through it, or are going through it, and we all love you and support you. So beyond that, speaking of love and support, as I always mention, my beautiful wife Allie. Thank you. I believe she's actually still up right now texting me, but appreciate her allowing me to be here every single meeting and all the commitments I have, because I have not been home a lot this month. And those are all my comments. Y'all have a great night.
Councilmember Melendez.
Awesome. Thank you so much, everyone, for having a wonderful meeting. And I wanted to just do a quick shout out that this Friday, there will be an event in downtown Vista, a Fright Night on Main Street from 5 to 9 p.m. And our city activity, I believe it's Trunk or Treat, will be incorporating into the Fright Night celebration. So it was really fun last year at Fright Night. A lot of people came out. I'm all about costumes and dressing up. It's a super fun time during Halloween. So have some fun in downtown Vista. Spend some of your hard-earned money in our local economy and get to see some neighbors and friends and just hang out. And thank you, staff, for contributing to the fun that's going to occur this Friday. Have a good night.
Deputy Mayor Contreras.
All right, so anybody who is looking to pick up trash, every Wednesday, Guerreras en Acción por un Vista Limpio is out. If you want to contact the organization to see what you can do to help, you can always contact Jovita Serafin. And if you can't reach her, you can reach me and I'll connect you over to her. Also just wanted to give another update from North County Transit District as part of the executive committee to pick the new executive director. Still a lot of meetings, but we anticipate to be able to have that wrapped up in December, hopefully no later than January of next year. And that's about it. I hope everybody has a good night and happy early birthday, Councilmember Green.
Councilmember Green.
Thank you so much, Mayor, and thank you to my amazing city council for all their work tonight and all their research. I know everybody worked real hard to get prepped for all this meeting and all those items. We're a good 4 hours and 34 minutes deep into this bad boy, so stoked on that. Also want to go ahead and thank staff for all their work. We couldn't do what we do without you guys doing what you do. And at the end of the day, we get a lot of glory for, the policies we pass and codes we change, but none of that could be done without what you guys do every day. So thank you so much. Also want to give a huge shout out to Sam. A lot of people are tough on that guy. He runs traffic. He's the guy, the buck stops here with traffic, and the guy works so hard and he's so passionate about his job. So just a shout out to Sam for all his work, and thank you, Sam. I know I don't say thank you enough because I'm always complaining about traffic, but thank you for working so hard for us, Sam. Also, it was so awesome to have our whole council together. Not only did we all vote together on a resolution tonight, but we all dressed up super fancy to go celebrate North County Lifeline's 50th anniversary and Don Stump's retirement. And it was so cool to just have our whole council there, out in public, shaking hands and kissing babies and just loving on the community. I can't tell you how proud I am to work alongside all you guys and just see the pride that you guys also have in Vista. My jaws hurt from smiling. And last but not least is Fright Night. I helped make the trunk or treat as a dude who got elected with kids and they weren't doing nothing for candy on Halloween. So we did trunk or treat at City Hall for all these years. And this is the first time we're moving trunk or treat to downtown. And I think it's amazing. I love the fact that we're moving it to downtown with our local businesses. It's going from 5 o'clock to 9 o'clock. I actually get to MC a couple contests there. So there's a baby costume contest. If you got a baby, dress it up real cute. Bring it over to Handles at 6 o'clock. And if you got a dog, there's a dog costume contest at Viva La Pooch, okay? So 7 p.m., dress your dog up. I'll judge your dog's costume. 6 o'clock, I'll judge your child. So bring them on, Vista. Look forward to partying with you on Friday night at Fright Night. Mad love. I'm out. Mayor's smiling. I like it.
Why do I have to follow Joe? Joe, happy birthday. If you're interested about the effects of fentanyl in our community, we're having a joint town hall meeting with the Vista Unified School District and the City of Vista Thursday, October 26th, 6 p.m. to 7:30. There won't be any judging of babies or dogs, but you will maybe learn something about the impact of fentanyl in our community here in the Morris Vance Room. You're welcome to come join us October 26th, 6 to 7:30. Friday, October 27th from 5 to 9 p.m., City of Vista partners with Discover Vista for Fright Night on Main Street. Come out for trick-or-treating and Halloween activities. Visit the city's calendar at cityofvista.com for more information. Have a good night, everyone.